closed session, adjourned regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Narenheim is currently absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obashi is currently absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items
Not
for the closed session?
No.
Okay. There's nobody here in the audience. Anybody online that would want to make public communications on closed session items?
No one on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, can you read off what we'll be discussing, please?
This is authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F4 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F1, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, Seaside Lagoon, and California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For F2, the property is 121 West Torrance Boulevard, Suite 201, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. For F3, the property is 115 West Torrance Boulevard, Suite 100, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. For F4, the property is 309 Esplanade. Items F5 through F8 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F5, the name of the case is Barker Deborah versus City of Redondo Beach, VLMD LLC, DBA Abarachi Med Spa, Abarachi Aesthetics, and those 1 through 50 inclusive, case number 21STC V38177. For F6, the name of the case is Brimer III, Alan Anthony, individually as successor in interest to Kyle and Alan Brimer, deceased, Brimer Christina Lynn, individually and as successor in interest to Kyle Alan Brimer, deceased, versus City of Redondo Beach, Remy Huyen T. Yang, an individual, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 25TRC V00507. For F7, the name of the case is Lebono Greg versus City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 10 inclusive, case number 25TRC V00715. And for item F8, the name of the case is 6 Rent-A-Car LLC, served as Doe 1, and John Emerson served as Doe 2, versus City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 50 inclusive, case number 24TRC V01259. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you let the record show that Councilmember Abaji and Narenheim have
Present.
joined us?
Thank you.
City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to the items in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Senior Deputy City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich. That is the same for F2 and F3. Also for those two items, F2 and F3, we will have Brian Campbell, our outside leasing agent. For item F4, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, Kelly Orta, our Deputy Community Services Director, and Christine Shin from the City Attorney's Office. For item F5, we will have outside legal counsel Alexander Frank, and I think that does it for guests this evening.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any actions out of the closed session and then to start the open session. Thank you.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to report from closed session?
Yes, a few things this evening. First and foremost, under item F5, we were joined by Joshua Robert Dale, an additional attorney on the case from outside legal counsel. And then for items F6 and F8, we were joined by Human Resources Director Diane Strick-Fadden. Additionally, the City Council unanimously authorized the City Attorney and his office to defend the city in the matters listed under items F6, F7, and F8, those three cases. Christine was already acknowledged coming in, yeah.
Okay, that's it.
That concludes it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call to order an open session of the regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized. Nobody? Oh, we got one. There it is. Okay, and now let us all stand for a salute to the flag, and then please remain standing for a moment of silence afterward. I'd like to call up Paula, who will lead us in the pledge. So Paula, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Paula. I'm a senior at Redondo Union High School and a member of the Cervantes Club on campus, also known as the Spanish Honor Society. My favorite subject in school is biology. I love the vast and diverse community within Redondo Beach, and I'm honored to be here today to celebrate that diversity. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done, Paula. Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Paula, come on up. You did a great job. Appreciate it. Stand right here. We'll get a picture with the council. Dad, if you want to come up. I assume you're dad.
Wow.
Wow, well done. Okay, with that, we'll go into presentations, proclamations, and announcements. I do have several presentations and proclamations today. Thank you. We're going to go in a little out of order because we've got some time constraints with some of the people here tonight. So I'm going to start out with Terry Cannon. Could you come forward? Here, Terry. Okay, so this is a proclamation of March 2025 as Women's History Month. Each year, March is designated Women's History Month by presidential proclamation. This month is set aside to honor women's contributions in American history. Did you know that this celebration began as a local celebration in Santa Rosa, California, and was planned and executed as Women's History Week in 1978. The organizers selected the week of March 8th to correspond with International Women's Day. The movement spread across the country as other communities initiated their own Women's History Week celebrations the following year. In 1980, a consortium of women's groups and historians led by National Women's History Project, now the National Women's History Alliance, successfully lobbied for national recognition. In February 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8th in 1980 as National Women's History Week. Subsequent presidents continued to proclaim a National Women's History Week in March until 1987, when Congress passed a law designating March as a Women's History Month. Between 1988 and 1994, Congress passed additional resolutions requesting and authorizing the president to proclaim March of each year as Women's History Month. Since 1995, each president has issued annual proclamations designating this month as Women's History Month. The National Women's History Alliance selects and publishes their yearly theme. This year, it's Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations. This year, we didn't want to miss the celebration. It's only fitting that Redondo Beach mark this occasion because we have a 117-year-old women's club. The Redondo Beach Women's Club has been of service to the community since 1908. The fundraising that the Women's Club of Redondo Beach does each year provides scholarships to deserving Redondo Union seniors, gifting and gift cards benefiting babies in the foster care system, and provides a deserving family a wonderful holiday at Christmas. We have Terry Cannon from the Women's Club to receive this proclamation. Terry, would you like to say a few words?
I thank you very much for selecting us to receive this proclamation on behalf of all the women in this city. As you said, we've been here since 1908, and we have a beautiful historic building on the corner of Broadway and Pearl that's over 100 years old and a historical landmark. So thank you again.
And here is your proclamation. Thank you for all your service. Can you get us all?
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm sorry? Can we get our Yes. Okay, now we'll get back on track. This one is retirement and key to the city. This is going to Diane Amaya, 36 years serving our city. And I'd like to call Elizabeth House and Diana for this. Is Elizabeth? Come on down. So Diana Maya is our senior management analyst from our transit division at the Community Services Department. Diane was born and raised in New York City, and her parents moved to the beautiful city of Redondo Beach when she was a teenager, where she graduated from Redondo Union. She attained her Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration from Cal State Dominguez Hills. 36 years ago, Diane began her public service as an office assistant for Redondo Beach Fire and Building Departments. Within a year, she earned a full-time clerical position in the Harbor Department, today known as the Waterfront and Economic Development Department, where she worked for 6 years. So I could have gone to you for the history of the Harbor Patrol. I had to look up all these records. I could have just gone to the... She moved to the Fire Department's Harbor Patrol Division and worked 15 years managing the office and all state-funded grant projects for Harbor Patrol boats, equipment, and training programs. Her next move was to the Community Service Department's Transit Division, where she earned the Certified Community Transportation Manager Certificate in 2013 by the Community Transportation Association of America. So it went from harbor to transit, so water to buses. Boats to buses, I like it. In 2021, she was promoted to Senior Management Analyst, where she assisted managing Beach City's transit, Waves dial-a-ride operations, and federal and state transit-funded projects. In 2022, Diane was elected to serve for 2 years as the chair of Access Services Transportation Professional Advisory Committee during her tenure in the transit industry. In 2023, she stepped up and wholeheartedly committed and served in the role of interim transit manager while the city recruited for the new transit manager. Diane, I guess you enjoy gardening vegetables and you love to cook for the family, hopefully with those same vegetables. Yes. And occasionally salsa dancing. We won't ask you to do that tonight. Diana's loved very much by her 35-year-old son and her 3-year-old grandson. Congratulations. She will be transitioning the status of full-time grandmother to spend her time with her grandson and do some travel. Elizabeth, do you have any words you want to say?
So there's not much more I can say about Diane after that, but she's not only an amazing employee, but a wonderful human being. And it's been an absolute pleasure knowing you for the past 8 years and a privilege to work directly with you this past year. So thank you for everything you've done for us.
In recognition for all your hard work for the public here in Redondo Beach, we appreciate that. And on your retirement, we present you the key to the city. Thank you. You're the important one.
Here, Elizabeth, we'll get foot up. We're foot up higher than you.
Okay, and now our third one. I'm going to be proclaiming March 31st, 2025 as Cesar Chavez Day. Is Molly Lauer here? Molly, come on up. And Paula, come back up. You get to be up here twice tonight. At the beginning of February this year, I was invited to a presentation at Redondo Union High School, actually filling in for Councilmember Kalajerovich, who couldn't make it that day. And it was here that I met Paula Valenzuela, whose presentation I saw. She participated in the State Seal of Civic Engagement Award program. So let me briefly explain this program. These seals are awarded to students who have demonstrated excellence in civics education and participation, as well as understanding of the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and the democratic system of government. I'm not sure if I could have earned one of these. To qualify for the California State Seal of Civic Engagement, students must fulfill 5 criteria set forth by California Department of Education and as measured by Redondo Union. First, they have to maintain a grade point average of 2.0. Second, demonstrate, I assume it's or above. Second, demonstrate an understanding of the U.S. and California constitutions, local government functions, tribal government structure, and various democratic principles. Third, they must participate in civic engagement project that addresses real-world problems. And fourth, demonstrate civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions through self-reflection. And fifth, offer civic-minded solutions to the real-world problems previously brought up. Paula met these 5 points to earn her California Seal of Civic Engagement. Her project was to get the Board of Education to celebrate Cesar Chavez Day. Cesar Chavez Day is a holiday in California and a commemorative one nationally. Let me have her explain the outcome of the project. And so, Paula, what do you?
Well, firstly, I would like to thank Mayor Light and the entire Redondo Beach City Council for the opportunity to accept this proclamation today. 6 months ago, I began a petition along with the Spanish Honor Society Club on campus on behalf of acknowledging Cesar Chavez Day. Cesar Chavez was a Mexican-American civil rights activist who created the United Farm Workers Association, led one of the most successful and influential boycotts in American history, the Delano Grape Strike, and supported the lives of minority groups such as Hispanic Americans, Filipino Americans, and the LGBTQ+ community. The impact that Cesar Chavez has left continues to change the lives of these underserved communities. It is truly an honor to see not only the RBUSD, but also the city of Redondo Beach acknowledge this leader and his accomplishments, and to recognize Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st as an official holiday. I look forward to future generations of both RUHS Seahawks and members of the community celebrating Cesar Chavez's legacy of uplifting individuals of all backgrounds. Thank you.
And Molly Lauer, she's not only the Redondo Union Assistant Principal, but she's also the State Seal of Civic Engagement Program Coordinator. Would you like to say a few words, Molly?
Thank you so much for recognizing the efforts that Paula has put forward for this program. I think this was one of the greatest presentations I've seen, and it was a dedication that you showed. Like, you really brought your whole being to this project, which is exactly what we hope our students would want to do and then follow through on doing. And so I think this project was a wonderful thing that I'm glad we are able to recognize. And this is also a great testament to the power of local government. So thank you so much for recognizing the hard work of our student today.
So with that, I'd like to proclaim March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day, thanks to the inspiration of Paula here. So Paula, I'd like to present this to you. Okay, but wait, there's more. You have so inspired me by your presentation. That, I want to present to you a commendation on behalf of the city.
Somebody has to tell Jim he won the election already. Just kidding.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job.
With kids like this, we've got a great future ahead of us. Oh, and another little something. So have one more round of applause for Paula here. Hopefully you can use that on your application to college. Okay, now we'll get into announcements by the council. I'll start out. First off, did want to let people know that we have temporarily closed Dominguez Park Playground due to activities from the Department of Health of LA County. We're trying to work that. We're working with our state representatives and our county representatives to open that up as soon as possible. Also, we had, last week, we had a sea lion release here in Redondo. 4 sea lions were released that were caught actually here in Redondo and returned to health. There is a domoic acid growth out in the ocean right now, so we are seeing both dolphins and sea lions coming to the beach sick or unfortunately passed away. Would ask you to stay away from them and call Marine Mammal Care Center if you spot any of these animals. And there's an announcement on the website on how to reach them. I would like to recognize we did get through our first ranked choice voting here in LA, and I want to thank the clerk and the clerk's office for all the hard work. I know they were working here late and long hours and a lot of days to get us to that. And so I appreciate the efforts that you put into that. And just one final announcement, I will be taking a little bit of a vacation starting tomorrow, and I will be back before the next council meeting. So Mayor Pro Tem Kalajerovich will be taking over in my absence. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I just want to thank Public Works. This last week, you've been quite busy on PV Boulevard and Avenue I, putting out the green bike lanes and bike lanes, striping the green bike lanes and actually adding new striping and bike images on the street. A lot of residents actually reached out to me and said, hey, this is really cool. I appreciate that. People have been using them already. So thank you for that, and very, very proactive on that. And last night it came up on the Public Safety Commission as well. So it's really cool to see things come full circle on that happening quickly. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, first of all, I want to congratulate Mayor Light for his reelection. Brad Waller, District 1. Zainab Baji, District 4, and especially my successor, Chadwick Castle, District 2, who I know will represent us very well, and Joy Ford for City Attorney. And I'd also like to congratulate all the folks that ran but did not win. It takes a lot to run for office. Many people here do not know that, but you put yourself out there, and it's a very tough thing to do. And I think they deserve our utmost respect, whether they were victorious or not. So thank you, everybody that ran. It's part of our democratic system. My last District 2 community meeting will be held on Thursday, March 20th, 5:30 to 7 p.m., second floor, main room of the library in the large conference room. It will be less of a community meeting, and it will be more of a celebration, get-togethers, swapping stories, reliving some moments over the past 8 years for me. This is my last full council meeting after 8 years.
Our last.
Yours too. Yours too. Our last.
8 years.
Our last. And for me as well, another 8 years on the school board. So 16 years in elected office. Mike Webb, 30 years plus, city attorney. I want to thank everybody for your support. And while we may not agree on everything, I appreciate the polite discourse that we had most of the time up here. And it's been an honor and a privilege to serve everybody. I know on April 1st, I'll have a chance to say a few more words, I think, but this is a city, I've lived in a lot of places, a city I've grown to love. Besides raising my family here, it's meant a lot to me. This is the best place I've lived my whole life, and I've lived in a lot of places. And I appreciate the privilege of serving everybody. So I want to thank all of you on the council, mayor, everybody, for giving me the opportunity to work with you. And I wish you all well. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, so well said. Big shoes to fill in all of these seats. Hopefully no one spills anything in the seat.
Each of us have taken turns spilling things. So.
And I just wanted, my announcements, I attended the executive committee on homelessness for, Executive Committee for Regional Homeless Alignment on behalf of the Southwest sector of cities, advocating for our cities and the interests of, our, where's beeping happening?
It's next door.
Okay. With Measure A, a new sales tax that was enacted, making sure that our cities are heard at the table when all the decisions are made. I was at the meeting on Friday, and I will continue to advocate on behalf of cities. And my District 3 council meeting will be online next Tuesday at 6 p.m. on Zoom, and there is a link on the city website on my page. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, echo what Councilmember Lowenstein said, and I'll save my thanks for Councilmembers Lowenstein and Nierenheim for all the great stuff they've advanced for District 4 especially the first 2 years of my council membership for the farewell celebration. But congratulations to all the winners and indeed all the people who decided to run. My next community meeting will be on March 26th, Wednesday, at 6 p.m. at Michael's Cafe on Artesia Boulevard. We will have there the Public Works Department talking about the implementation of the Bicycle Master Plan in North Redondo, specifically in the next stages, and getting feedback on that. So it should be exciting, a new venue also. We'll have lots of treats and coffee. I also wanted to announce something that I'm very excited about. If you could light up 2B, please. This is our... Is it showing up? Oh, yes. All right. So if you go to home, you go to redondo.org, and you go to street sweeping. You scroll down. There's a street sweeping enforcement information system. This is how you can track when the street sweeper has passed and parking enforcement has passed. And while it's still the street sweeping window, you can see that you can park on the street again. And this is a change in the law that we implemented a few months ago, and then an improvement in the technology implemented by RBPD. Thank you, Chief. When I emailed this out to the residents of my district, it was the most clicked on item in the entire email. So this is a huge, huge deal, especially in density impacted District 4. So thank you for that improvement. And this goes to show, how we're constantly striving to improve the quality of life here. And lastly, I'll say thank you to the residents of District 4 for your tremendous support in this election. Just to show kind of the unity that we have as a city right now. About 6 p.m. last night, I got an email complaining about a rooster in District 4 that was making its loud noise in the early morning, waking people up. By 7:30 or so, I deduced exactly where this rooster was being housed through text messages with various residents in the neighborhood. And by 9 a.m. this morning, the resident had said they'd relocated the rooster out of the neighborhood. So it's amazing how we work when we work together as a village, what we can get done. And had that not been successful through teamwork, we had an amazing quality of life unit in our police department ready to enforce the code and abate the nuisance. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I also did want to reiterate that we are going to have the farewell event. It's April 1st, Tuesday, 3:30 p.m., second floor library, to thank and say farewell to our departing electeds, Councilmember Nils Narenheim, Todd Lowenstein, our city attorney, Mike Webb. So thank you for everything you've done, and looking forward to that event. It'll be bittersweet in a lot of ways. I also just wanted to reiterate the thank you to our city clerk's office, Laura and Eleanor and everybody else who really did something, I think for the first time in LA County history, ranked choice voting. And it seemed to have gone okay. And we'll hear more about that tonight. So thank you for everything you did and your staff. Lastly, if I may, Mayor, I did want to announce we're going to have an in-person District 5 community meeting on Wednesday, April 16th, open to the entire city. My special guest will be our elected Mayor Jim Light. He'll be there taking questions, providing answers, and much more. Light refreshments will be served. And so that is all, Mayor Light. Thank you.
Light refreshments?
No pun intended,
Wow, the
right?
puns are.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda? Or would someone like to pull an item earlier? Or?
I'll make a motion to approve the order agenda tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any blue folder items tonight?
Yes. So we have for H2, which is related to an introduction by title only, related to the fire department rules and regulations, updated introduction and adoption dates. And N1, the March 4th general municipal election related to the results, some typos in Exhibit A, and then also added Exhibit B, which is the measures. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Let's see, with that, we'll go to the consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I'd like to pull items H 14, 15, and 16 as one item, actually.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I was going to do exactly the same thing, so nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovic.
8 years.
None for me, thank
This is
you.
how it works.
Councilmember Obaji.
Not pulled, but I just wanted to comment on H6. Public Works is recommending that we approve a bid for $1.45 million to expand the North Redondo bike path along Rockefeller on those SCE parcels. They put out a RFP, collected about 13 or 14 bids, and this was the lowest one. I'm thankful for the competitive process and thankful that we're moving this project forward. That's all.
Councilmember Barron.
None.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve all the consent calendar items with the exception of H 14 through 16?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone from the public wish to address the consent calendar items that we have not pulled? So that's any of the consent calendar items except H 14, 15, and 16. Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have Nancy Skiba would like to talk on this. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skipa, District 4. I was just wondering, on H13, how will it benefit the city if we give an exemption from compliance with the business license tax rates established in Redondo's municipal code?
We're not, this isn't a question and answer period, Nancy, so is there something you want to say about that? Do you think we shouldn't do it? We should?
Well, I'm just wondering what the benefit would be, and I think I'm not sure that I like the idea particularly, because we need to have the income from taxing of, businesses.
Yeah. If anybody
That's
wish
all.
to address that or?
Not a question. and
Okay.
answer.
Thank you. I will get with you offline on that. Let's see, with that, can we, I'll call the vote, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I need to read, but just for the record, there were no e-comments.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's okay. Okay, so H6, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2503-011, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding the public works contract to Sasha Construction, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $1,454,853 for the North Redondo Beach Bikeway Extension Project, job number 41250. H8, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2503-016, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to First Steps for Kids, Inc. H9, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2503-015 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $128,000 from unallocated general fund balance offset by event sponsorship commitments for the procurement of services for the 2025 4th of July fireworks display. We have H12, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3292-25, an ordinance of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 4, Section 2-4.01 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to fire department rules and regulations for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving to the excluded consent calendar items. Councilmember Narenheim, you've got the floor for N14 through N16.
H14.
I'm sorry, H.
Yeah, so a couple things. I see we went through a bond council here, choosing a bond council and a bond group. So did we, it said we won went through a, what do you call it again? RFP process, right? For this.
Well, it depends on what you're
Choosing-
referring to. So the
H15, I believe, H14, I believe the bond council.
that is more of, yeah, we went through a consideration process, Mike, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, we didn't do a formal RFP, but we talked to a number of people, including Larry Cosmont, considered a number of council options in conjunction with the city manager financial services. Ultimately, we selected Lolly Enriquez, who was with Richard Watson, had worked on our last bond disclosure council, and determined we'd use her as bond counsel. There's not as much learning curve, having worked with the city before. I anticipate we'll be coming back on the 1st with disclosure counsel. Again, someone who's worked for the city before, but has since moved firms than the one they were with before.
So we had a bidding process.
Not a bidding, not a formal bidding, but we considered a number of different options.
Yeah, evaluation
Was it the
process.
financial group then that we had a
Yes.
H6?
So
H16.
Yeah,
H16.
Prague went through a full selection process. Thank you to Jerry Woodham, who's here. He
Right,
was
there
the
he is, right there.
designee
There's-
from the Budget and Finance Commission to participated with staff, and Eugene Solomon, city treasurer, and evaluating the different proposals we received. We received numerous proposals from very qualified firms, ultimately brought in the top 3 firms for interview, and following the interviews, the committee is proposing, and this is ultimately what's led to our recommendation tonight, that Prague be hired to be our municipal financial advisor for the bond issuance. So Prague's got a great reputation nationally, and they actually, in this instance, have 2 local practitioners that are with the firm that are Redondo residents as well. So there's a local connection and a very strong national presence. So we feel very good about Prague. They've offered very competitive rates, and we were pleased with the process. And again, want to thank Jerry for volunteering his time from the commission to help assist us in that effort, along with Eugene, Luke, and Stephanie Mayer, our financial services director.
Yeah, that was the second couple more parts I wanted to go into. I wanted to thank Jerry. He sits on the Budget and Finance Commission for helping us through. You've done this now on the other bond issuance that we had as well for the save this $100 million for the retirement.
Pension obligation bond, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And it's really cool to see when residents spend their own time. So Jerry, thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much for that. I really, really appreciate it. And it's really cool to see having this going through competitive bid process. I know on a lot of these other ones, we didn't do it with one on Harbor Drive and some of the other bonds that we didn't. So this, I know Councilmember Lonesty and I have fought for that for years, to go through competitive bid, try some more transparency on there. And I think we got a way better product here at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're pleased with all 3 of these items that signify a big step forward in our Measure FP implementation process. Obviously, Bond Counsel Lolly's been helpful. She was participatory with us while with Richard Watson in prepping the FP items, getting the measures ready. So again, to Mike's point, she had that continuity of understanding, institutional knowledge. We've had great track record and success with her in previous issuances. Prague, we have great hopes for. We think they're going to perform quite well. And then the reimbursement resolution, which is the 3rd item that was pulled, is really what allows us to set the timestamp and clock on expenses, and to ensure that as we begin to advance this capital effort, we'll be able to reimburse for any advanced monies from the general fund towards the effort and have those be part of our future bond tranche issuances, which at this point we estimate to be either 2 issuances or 3, depending on how we design and build these 4 facilities. So we're excited. The other element that's not here tonight, but is circulating, is the RFP that's out currently to market for our program coordinator, the Broad firm that will ultimately assist in the design, development, and construction management side of the equation. So a lot of hard work here happening behind the scenes towards executing very exciting series of projects here, first of the kind in the city's history.
So speaking of all the things that are happening behind the scenes and what we can and cannot pay for, we're preemptively paying for things now that we can get paid back for.
Correct. That's what this reimbursement resolution will allow us to do.
At ICA this last summer, winter seminar, we had a great presentation by 2 grant writing, one grant writing firm, one Larry Cosmon, for financing in development districts. And I asked the question, hey, we put out a nice big $93 million bond for public safety facilities. And how can we best utilize these grants? And he stopped and said, I love cities like yours, because when we go out for grants, federal, state grants, and there's match for match, like for like, you can use that money that you're bonding. And instead of paying 100% for that, say, generator, $1 million generator, you only pay 50%. So to my question to you is, our ability to hire a grant writer or firm, fill out these forms or grants at a federal level, which there are many, many, many federal grants available to rebuild infrastructure, public safety infrastructure. Utilize those services and expense that to the grant or to the bond. Possibility for that moving forward with that.
Sure. We're always looking to leverage existing resources and hopefully supplement grant acquisition. We have a firm under contract now that assists us in that regard. In fact, they're working very hard on a federal partnership project with the gun range. That firm has been on retainer for us for quite some time and has helped us draft that application. That was a firm that was selected through a competitive process, and they've done good work for us. But we will continue to look for those opportunities and leverage our existing resources against state and federal monies where appropriate and where available. We've had quite a bit of success. It'll be curious to see what happens over the next few years as it pertains to federal grants, particularly in the public safety area. But we'll keep an eye out and we'll look to do just what you described.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein, you said you wanted to pull this?
I
Do you have
did,
something?
yeah. The reason I wanted to pull this, well, first of all, thank you to Jerry and Eugene and everyone that's involved with this. I appreciate it, Luke, Cheryl. I wanted to pull this for a specific reason. That is, we're starting to kick off the bond. And this is the first, to my knowledge, I think you just said it, in the 133-year history of incorporation of the city of Redondo Beach, that it has actually issued general obligation bonds for the city. We've done it for the school district before and other entities, I think, correct. Well, we did it actually for the
Wastewater bond.
wastewater bond, right, exactly. But I think this sends a really strong message, especially to our public safety folks that are out there, that, there's always some going back and forth, are we appreciated? When you get a 71% approval rating, that's pretty obvious that you're appreciated.
Yep.
And this community loves our public service, and I think all of us up here support that. When the state of California passed a 2/3 majority required for bonds that weren't Prop 55 bonds, right? I think they were, was it Prop 55? Or 39?
Yeah.
39 was the school districts. They made it difficult to get to the 2/3 as a reason, for a couple reasons. One is people didn't like paying taxes. That's the first reason. But the second reason is it would definitely show that the community supported whatever it was that you were voting on. And so I think this sends a really strong message. Now the hard work begins not only for the staff, but the council up here and the mayor, because you have a huge responsibility, $93.5 million responsibility to get this right. And I know you guys will. And there will be no inflation. You'll have no problems at all, I'm sure. But no, it's in a really challenging environment. I'm really happy that this is the final thing that Councilmember Narenheim and I and City Attorney Webb are leaving, because it sends a strong message that the city backs our public safety and puts priority on the thing that's probably most important to everybody out there, and that is public safety. That's the number one thing. So I wish you guys well, and I know it'll be really exciting to see when those ribbons are cut in a few years, hopefully a few years, and it'll be on dime and on time. So I just want to thank you all, because this is the first time we've had a chance to actually really go through it, right?
Yeah, we had the preview item in December. It kind of laid out the steps. These are the first sort of 3 steps in that equation.
Right.
As part of a much broader sort of Gantt chart, if you will, project schedule. A lot of exciting work here ahead, a lot of design work, a lot of decisions to make. But yes, we're thrilled to kick this off and very much appreciative of everybody's assistance in doing that.
And thank you to both our police and fire for helping get this passed. They were integral in this. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised here. I'll just add my praise to this. Since I've been mayor, which just over a year now, it just seems like things have been hitting nonstop. And I know staff is overburdened. And this just hit us, late November, early December by the time we certified the results. This is a pretty fantastic turnaround. So for all involved, city staff, city attorney's office, our commissioners and our other elected officials who contributed, thank you. It's the tip of the iceberg.
Tip of the iceberg.
Gets this thing started, but it's a necessary step, and appreciate you executing quickly, because the quicker we spend it, the more bang we get for the buck out.
Yeah, and we are working against the clock here. There's no question. The federal winds are, I think, in our face a little bit as it pertains to cost of materials, construction, et cetera. So we do want to work quickly. We want to work smart, and we want to make good value-based decisions when we proceed here.
Okay. Before we vote on this, would any member of the public wish to address any of these 3 items? That's H14 through 16. Okay, nobody in the audience? Anyone
Motion.
online?
None.
Any e-comments? Okay,
Motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2503-017.
have a second?
And
Second.
is it all 3 of them?
And approve the
Can't
other,
do 'em.
just approve all 3 items.
Approve all 3.
Yeah.
Motion to approve all 3. All 3 items, H14, 15, and 16. And let Steve Clerk read it.
I tried to do that before and you guys said you couldn't.
All right. Motion approved. Well, did you want to call for public comment
I
on all
think-
3?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we can?
Yeah, you can do that. I pulled all three together.
Pull together,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, motion to approve that plus H15 plus H16. Let's see if it has a title only. The agreement in H16.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay,
H14, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2503-017. A resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring the city's intent to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of general obligation bonds approved by the voters of the City of Redondo Beach through Measure FP. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Now we're going to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on tonight's agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, which I do have, will be considered before we go to the rest of anyone else who would like to comment. So with that, we'll start with Ron Morocco and then going to Sarah Martin.
Mayor, council members, I do want to start off my comments thanking Councilman Narenheim and Lowenstein. During the last time I've been on the Historical Commission, you always were supportive, showing up at events, participating in the process. I think you guys have a really strong sense of our history, and I hope you all continue with it as well. But thank you for all your service for that. I do want to congratulate Councilmember Obaji and Light as well. Mayor Light, sorry. Elected Mayor Light,
I knew you
which was used today. I look forward to the next 4 years of you guys serving again. I did want to talk to you about my public records request. As you may recall, I presented the big redaction, and I wanted to give you an update. I wanted to circle back with it. And I have copies of another document that was.
Motion received and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay, so when I got the redactions, the response was you need to file another public records request. And I actually went to the city attorney and said, hey, we need review this. If you're the city attorney, you know what's the state law. I ended up asking for what the policy was for redaction, and I was told that we followed the state law. So unfortunately, the city attorney ended up releasing the document, and you can see it from there. I encourage you to read it at home. What I found
Read this at home?
What?
Read that?
Read the second page.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
What I found interesting, I was still the historical commissioner, chair of the historical commission when these were written, and you can read from the context about what's going on over there. It talks about tanking the Edo Park historic plans. It talks about bringing to a halt the path of history markers. It talks about tanking the historical timeline. All these projects were approved by the Historic Commission, and some, such as Edo Park, by the Parks and Recs and Public Arts Commission. And you may recall that there was a $600,000 estimate for Edo Park a couple of years ago. A public records request showed that that was a made-up number. So this kind of provides context to what was going on. You guys approved a budget item for the Edo Park. Nothing's happened on that since then, and we're coming up to the end of the year. So here's my offer, which I'll make in the last 15 seconds. I want to help draw up a fair, transparent public records request policy that is consistent with state law and the spirit of state law, and I'm going to be offering that to you all as well. I also did want to thank City Attorney Mike Webb for his help with the charter review stuff that we did. So that's my presentation.
Clarifying question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Are either of the two individuals in this email with the city anymore?
No, they are not. And that's why I'm not going a little bit further with my comments. They're no longer there.
I have a quick question for the city clerk on this. Items that we received motion to file, whether blue folder items or these items, when does it, these aren't printed, whether a blue folder or this, are they printed and put out in front? Or are they just put online?
So if we receive them, like right now, it won't go online tomorrow.
Okay, and if they're received beforehand, like at
You
3
mean
o'clock
like
or
at
2
3 o'clock?
o'clock,
Yes.
they're not printed though, they're only put online as part of the agenda
They're
packet
put online, and I'd have to check, but usually they put in the book.
in the green book?
Yep. Or in the
Printed.
book in the hall, yes.
Printed, okay. Okay, there's your answer. Get it before us, before 3 o'clock, and we'll print it for you, so they can read this.
But you can read it at home. Thank you very much. And thank you for service.
Okay, Sarah Martin,
Thank you.
and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm concerned about good governance. So today I performed an analysis and comparison of the mayoral campaign financial support for Jim Light and Niels Nierenheim. Jim Light's campaign raised, as of documents submitted today, over $45,000. And he contributed, the document showed that he contributed over 71% of that on the Forms 447, where it says check if it's a loan, that was not checked. So technically, those were not loaned. 19, however, on the 460s, they were accounted for as a 0% loan to be repaid. 19% of the donations come from 12 King Harbor Yacht Club members, and the rest, 10%, come from 14 individuals. So for votes, he received a total of 5,927 votes. So he raised $774 for every vote. Niels Nierenheim campaign raised almost $16,000. 90% of that source of funds was individuals, 55 individuals. 6% of that was a donation from his previous city council campaign funds left over. And 3% of that come from 2 King Harbor Yacht Club members, which I am one of. Expenses. The expenses spent by the Light campaign as of today was over $32,000. So they spent $5.44 for every vote received. The Nierenheim campaign spent $6,000, and they spent $1.50 for every vote received. Furthermore, on donations, the Light campaign had donations from 3 of the 6 harbor commissioners, all who are King Harbor Yacht Club members, Mike Webb, outgoing city attorney, and Scott Barrett, District 5 council member. The Nierenheim campaign received 1 from a harbor commissioner who donated both campaigns, 3 budget and finance commissioners, 3 planning commissioners, 1 public works and sustainability commissioner, 1 public safety commissioner, and Eugene Solomon, city treasurer. These numbers are probably going to change as the final campaign files are received, but I said, why does this matter? Elections or wins are supposed to be decided democratically, not purchased, especially not bought by the candidate for 91%. That's not good governance. The council recently enforced a policy that council commissioners could be removed for any reason by the mayor, including the 9 who serve on the 5 commissions who donated to Niels Nierenheim. I have a question. Who's missing from
Your
this
time's up,
election?
ma'am. Thank you.
I invite the public to read.
Your time's up. Thank you. Anyone can go and look on the FPPC forms and see all this data. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then that's the last written submission.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And first, I want to congratulate Mayor Jim Light. Happy to see you up there. And also want to congratulate Nils Nierenheim for running a great campaign. And also want to mention that I heard somebody said they were surprised that the two dark horse candidates were so far ahead. I just kind of had to laugh at that, but it just kind of goes to show where the city stands. You know, our preferences are very evident. The other thing I want to talk about is SpringFest 2025. I'm a vendor, but it starts day after tomorrow. You all know about it. So Saturday and Sunday I'll be there. I hope you all come by my booth. You're all personally and exclusively invited. The other thing I want to mention, first back to SpringFest. A lot of people don't realize that SpringFest has a community marketplace. And also, I think this is the first time they're going to have a beer and wine garden. So that'll be fun. So everybody can come drop their kids in the fun zone and go drink and then come to my booth. The other thing I wanted to mention was that Metro has put out a document that they are projecting their final EIR date to be September 2025. So, we all want to get ready for that. And I think that's basically all I wanted to say. I didn't really write anything. So anyway, again, congratulations. It's good to see you around. And I did really enjoy walking next to you in our community walk. That was fun, talking to the lead engineer and whatnot. That was fun. But thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience wish to address the city council on anything that does not appear on the agenda?
Hi, Jerry Woodham, District 1. I wanted to double up on the comments for Todd and Nils. We moved here about 10 years ago, so you guys have been on city council most of the time that I've been familiar with city government. And I want to tell you, I appreciate what you've done. You've done a good job from my standpoint, and way to go.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it. Thank you. I remember the first nachos and Nils with you. It's great. 2016.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I think this is the last time in the last 8 years that I can stand up here and look at 4 fellow activists that I had the pleasure to work with on a variety of issues. Zaino Baji, congratulations on your reelection. Mayor Light, congratulations on your election. Todd Lowenstein, Nils Nierenheim, worked the hardest and the longest with you two guys. Well, no, Jim, I think we go back to 2010, actually. We go back to power plant days. And Mike Webb helped us on the power plant also. So he's included in that. Mike, wherever you are, thank you very much. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'll miss seeing you guys up here. Job well done. Thank you on behalf of Redondo Beach. You did well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you all know, my other cause from Metro is the ourneighborhoodvoices.com the initiative. And at the last meeting we had, they thought it was sad news that Nils didn't win in Redondo, but that's ourneighborhoodvoices.com gain, because he has really worked hard for that. And so you're probably going to hear a lot from me about that too. So I appreciate it, because some of the regulations that are going through the state right now are just absolutely crazy. And it's going to keep that way until we can get initiative on the ballot to return our local control to the zoning, okay?
Big news coming for our neighborhood voices, by the way. Really big news coming.
Oh, okay.
Stay tuned.
Anyone else wish to address the council on anything not on the agenda? City Treasurer.
Good evening, Council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I want to congratulate the winners of the election, all of you, and say thank you to the members that will be leaving us, Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Nierenheim, and City Attorney Webb. Also say some thank yous and goodbyes privately. I got to attend the Government Investment Officers Association meeting last week, so I'll be coming online with Councilmember Barrett and some of those discussions, further to our discussions from our last meeting. I want to thank all of the residents for the charter amendments. Over the last 3 elections, and the hard work of the Charter Review Committee, it's not with us anymore, some of the members are here. Over the last 3 elections, we've taken unprecedented steps to modernize and improve the efficiencies in our charter and our city that are really going to help the staff people that all of us, not just the electeds, not just the members of the city staff, it's really going to help them do their work. It's going to help the city immensely. It's going to create a better result for the residents, from contracting to the roles of our professional electeds to just language cleanup to make ourselves more modern and efficient. All across the board, I think there were either 12 or 15 of them over the last 3 elections that we hadn't had votes on in over 30 years. And the results for all of those charter amendments were overwhelming. So the community got behind the changes, got behind that. I want to thank all of members of the community, all the voters for doing that, all of you for putting those on the ballot and supporting all of those charter amendments. And the previous council, those members that are not here right now, members MD and Horvath, who supported those charter amendments as well. You've made the city a much more efficient, better, modern version of itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have Nancy Skiba.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to congratulate you all for the great job that you've been doing on behalf of the city and the residents. Congratulations, Mayor Jim and Zane Obaji. I also want to say that so much we're going to miss having Nils and Todd up there on our city council because they've been so great. Such real gentlemen, such points of light. Love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
I have none, and then I think, let's see. We have no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to, we do have a public hearing tonight, so we will go through ex parte communications. This is on reallocating funds from the community block grant to activities on the historic library. I had conversations with city staff and several of the council. Councilmember Nierenheim?
I have none.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
City staff.
Councilmember Obaji?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
City staff and Mayor Jim Light.
Okay. With that, we'll go into the public hearing. Director House, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. With me tonight, I have our Deputy Director, Kelly Orta, who manages the CDBG program for the city of Redondo Beach. I will go ahead and hand over the presentation to her so she can walk you through the funds we need to expend this year and the project we've identified to spend it on.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll just briefly go through the presentation here. For the CDBG funding, as you know, the city is the recipient of CDBG funding through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, so otherwise known as HUD. Every year, the City Council allocates that funding into different programs, including social service programs, public improvements, which is typically the ADA curb ramp projects, as well as the Mobility Access Emergency Repair Program, otherwise known as the MAER. So annually, staff does review our current funds, which are able to carry over from year to year that are unspent. And so recently, as part of our annual review, we identified $161,000 of money that is unused carryover funds that do need to be spent by April 26th in order to remain compliant with the HUD regulations. So HUD essentially has a threshold of money that has to be spent in totality of all of the funding that has been given in various cycles of funding. So the $161,000 does need to be spent by the end of April. We have identified the window replacement project as the Veterans Historic Library to be an eligible project to receive this funding. And although money has been set aside for that project, it is in need of additional funding in order to do the entire window replacement in whole. And so this would supplement and bring us into complete funding for that project. In order to reallocate that funding per HUD guidelines, we do have to do a substantial amendment to the city's annual action plan, which the AAP is the annual plan that we bring to you every May to June is usually the time where we ask you to allocate the funding between all of those programs that I previously said. So essentially what we're asking you to do is to do a substantial amendment to the annual action plans specific to where these fundings originally came from per your original allocation so that we can funnel it into the new project. And so in total, that would be $16,859 from the MAER program, and then $144,161 from public facilities and improvements.
What's MAER?
That's the Mobility Access Emergency Repair Program. I just want to specify that this reallocation would not hinder any projects currently in progress. So this would not stop anything that is currently moving forward, and it would maintain the city's good standing with the HUD's grant award guidelines. And then just for HUD guidelines as well, the proposed substantial amendment was properly noticed. It does require a 30-day public review, which we did do the noticing for and had it available, which was done from February 6th to March 8th, and as of this evening, no comments have been received.
No.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All four?
I'll make a motion to open up the public hearing and a substitute motion to open up the public hearing and include all of the other comments so far made by city staff.
Okay, substitute motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So with that, that concludes the presentation. And again, just to kind of wrap it up, we are asking you to approve the proposed substantial amendment, which is the requirement of HUD, and then on the city side, adopt the resolution that would reallocate that funding through a budget modification. And again, we would do it as a total of $161,000. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We do also have our CDBG consultant, Ms. Joyce Lee, on, she's remote. So if you do have any questions that we're unable to answer, she can jump in and respond to those.
Any questions from anybody on the council? I don't have any hands raised.
When do we expect the Historic Library window replacement project to take advantage of these funds, meaning executed program?
It would be immediately. We would be able to utilize these funds. Essentially, these funds would be used to pay would provide the prepayment to get the windows manufactured, and then also support some of the additional materials for it.
What about the ADA compliance?
The ADA compliant other items at the facility, those would utilize different funding sources.
Okay.
So that project's running parallel. That's in the design phase right now. We've procured a consultant to assist in preparing the construction plans and specifications. Same individual that assessed the site for ADA improvement needs. She's working on that plan set. I believe Mike Klein and Public Works have already spec'd the particular windows that we need for the facility and are prepared to order those.
Correct.
And this funding will allow us to initiate that purchase order. So work is underway.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Okay, no one from the audience? Anyone online?
None online or e-comments, none.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second. All four?
Aye.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2503-014 and approve the substantial amendment to CDBG
Annual action plan.
annual action plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2503-014, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to reallocate $161,000 of community development block grant funds from the mobility, access, and emergency repair account in the citywide curb ramp improvements project job number 40399 in the amount of $16,859 and $114,141 respectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we're jumping down to N1. That's results of the municipal election.
Okay, let's see. I have pretty much my PowerPoint's going to be the election results, but right now I just want to mention just for the public. So in 2023, 76.67% of the Redondo Beach voters passed a measure to adopt instant runoff voting. And then in September 17, 2024, City Council passed an ordinance to use ranked choice voting as the instant runoff method. For this election, ranked choice voting was used for mayor, council members, District 1, 2, 4, and city attorney. Ranked choice voting was not used for the school board election. So we have total ballots cast on the final day was 11,244. We did receive 2 more ballots based on the election code, which states that any cured ballots, so in a sense of no signature missing or their signature did not match, they had a period of time to come in and bring their ballot, or excuse me, sign their name so that we can verify their signature. And that would be 2 days before certifying the election. So we received those last week. So the first thing I wanted to go over, let's set up here. Okay, is the official election results. So ranked choice voting, as I've put in the information here and actually added percentages at the end, and the threshold 50% plus 1 for round 4 for the mayor, that's how they decide the 50% plus 1. So the one thing that's on here is it doesn't show the overvotes and undervotes. And those reports will go onto the website. I did send them to the mayor and council and they're up on our website. So I just wanted to show this is actually what came about based on all the ballots for the whole city. Because the next report's related to precincts. So we have for the mayor, for District 1, which had 3 candidates, and then for District 2, 4, and the city attorney, I set them up for ranked choice voting only because you can have a qualified voter up to 14 days before the election. So if we had a qualified voter, now it would be considered 3 candidates. So we literally have to wait until 14 days. I know, this is our election code. And so the asterisks, I have little columns there with asterisks. One asterisk is related to the cured ballot, and then the 2 asterisks are the winner of the contest. And then there's 3 asterisks where related to our manual tally. And we did find 1 ballot that had whiteout, and it just didn't read it. And so that's been an ongoing problem. We always catch a lot of them. There's only like a handful. So we had to add that into the tally. The next one is our official, the ranked choice voting by precinct. And I have in red here is that all precinct results need to be tabulated together to get the winner of an RCV contest. Precinct level reports will not necessarily compile to the winner, as each precinct would be treated as a standalone RCV contest. However, we have cast vote records, which will go up, but I'm still looking for those. I've gotten a lot of data from related to ranked choice voting, so that will go up on the website also. We'll allow you to review precinct level results.
Pardon the interruption, to be clear, so we have a city, in the city it's divided into 5 districts. Within each district, for purposes of this election, there are 2 precincts per district?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's how I normally set up for all the elections, as I do 2 precincts in each district. And that precinct is a consolidated precinct where there's like over 35 precincts in each district. And so the county helps separate two districts and just to make it sort of even in a sense of collecting ballots. So on here, as you see, I put each of the rounds based on per district. And really what it comes down to is round 4 is, as you can see, well, even just looking at some of the rounds, you can see that some rounds, one person got eliminated, while if you look citywide, they were eliminated at the beginning. And then so it's all over, but yet it's just a snapshot of a precinct. But to come up with who wins, all ballots have to go together. That's the only way. So I know because council and mayor are always looking at precincts. And so this is what I provided. And then you have, so this whole group here is for ranked choice voting. Then the next one is related to the school board election and the measures by precinct. And for the school board, it's elect 3. But some people just don't vote for 3, they just vote for 1. And then the measures, as you can see, majority of them went from 64% to 92%. And then at the end, I add how many votes casted per district. And so we came out with 22.7%. And I looked at, I guess there's a couple of things. And well, let's see, where do I go from here? Let's see. So the overvotes and undervotes. So one of the things was, what I found out was ranked choice voting, the system didn't have the reporting. So I asked them to make sure to create the report. So they took the data from the cast records and created those reports for overvotes and undervotes. And then it also shows the exhaustion of those ballots. And so an overvote is when someone votes on the same ranking with more than 1. So that's an overvote. An undervote is they have not voted for that contest at all. And then exhausted is they are done voting. So maybe they pick 3 and then on the 3rd round, they just didn't want to vote for anybody else. So that exhausts the vote.
What if they gave 2 rankings for one candidate?
2 rankings for, okay, so if they're in the winning group, it doesn't go anywhere. And if it's an elimination and it still has the same person, it will look for the next person. It will not go to that person again.
Would an undervote also be if it says pick 3, but they only vote for 1 or 2?
Excuse me?
If it says pick 3, but they only vote for 1 or 2, would that be considered an undervote as well, too?
You know that? That's like for the school board?
Yes, for school board, for example.
Yeah, you know what? I'll have to check on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Okay, so let's see. I want to get all my. So I know there's a mention regarding like how many overvotes versus prior elections. And usually it's small votes. However, I noticed, and it's hard to compare a lot of the elections because there's been different laws coming into play. And so I looked at the election for 2013 where the mayor was on same kind of election. We received 12,321 votes. But in the runoff, we only received 8,614. So if you look at ranked choice voting for the mayor, we received, I don't have it on this. So we received 11,244 ballots. However, 1,265 were exhausted and also included overvotes and undervotes. So that's like 11%. So technically 11% didn't vote for the runoff, is how I see it.
You're comparing what is a typical
23.
2013 runoff, the percentage there versus what we had here, and they're roughly equal, 11%, 13% with respect to who came out and voted, if you will, for the final two candidates. Okay.
Correct. Let me see. Okay, I think. So the next thing is just more of what we need to do going forward. And we need voter outreach. We need to update our ordinance. One of the things I noticed is that for ties, it was set up to by lot. And so I had to look at our resolution for our tie for city, which I know I wasn't here because my brother was really sick. So I wasn't here for the tie resolution. But, flipping a coin and flipping a coin again, I think for eliminating a tie, shouldn't have to go through that. So those are the kind of things we need to come back and change some things on the resolution, the ordinance.
Will you be providing, if I may, Mayor, a written recommendation on the action item suggestions from you and your office?
Yeah, but it won't be, I'm going to get a debrief from my office and stuff because there's just a lot of other things that I just need to.
Okay.
It's only been 2 days, so let's see. And then also things for the voter guide. As you know, I sent out literature. We sent literature with the ballot, right before the ballot. 2 weeks later, this literature. And then this one, did you forget your ballot? Or did you get a ballot? So those are the 3 things we did. We normally just do this one. Did you get your ballot?
Yeah.
And so we did 2 more. We had voter outreach. I had 2 staff members part-time around just going to the grocery store, churches, Starbucks, farmer's market. So we did a lot of voter outreach. We could do more, obviously, because we had this short period of time.
A short man's question before I lose my train of thought. So on the mailers that went out, will you have data as to when that mail actually was reached by voters?
Yes.
So that you could then determine, was it timely, was it not, what can be done differently? For example, did you lose your ballot mailer? You may have heard some people got after the election was over and therefore they couldn't request a new ballot. So the timing was a little off there. You'll do a deep dive with your staff and others to.
Well, it's the post office, because I've sent this letter out, ever since we did all my ballot, I've been sending this post the same time. So now I'm going to have to do it earlier.
Build a little more float, maybe a week earlier or something.
It was a week earlier.
2 weeks? Okay.
How about the issue of people, whether or not they're able to see whether their ballot was received or not by you? Because a lot of questions on that. Ballot sent my ballot in. I don't know whether the signature was verified or not. I don't know whether they got it or not. They went online to the website. That wasn't working. Who would we go to? What do we do?
Yeah, so we have the system we use to track the signature verification and, when we receive the ballot. So the software is created by City of Whittier. And so they're in the process of setting that up because you're right. There were people calling. I think they were looking at the Secretary of State thinking it was going to show there.
That's what the link on the website is.
So, but.
Clerk's website. City clerk's website has it going to the Secretary of State website.
Okay, okay. I'll have to look at that because they should be calling our office. They should be doing. But going forward, that's going to be an added feature to the system we have.
Okay. And will you let council know how we may be able to help going forward with any of the recommendations that you come up with?
Yes.
To make things maybe even better?
Right. And then I know our CV is also doing enhancements. So they'll go through the Secretary of State and, be certified for those enhancements.
Eleanor, I know you mentioned, getting back to 2013, that, you're comparing 2013, similar type election to this election, right? Measure A was on 2013, so that brought out a lot of people.
So, I don't.
No, that was in March of 2013. And Measure B was 2015. And then Measure C was 2017.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go back even farther than that.
It's hard to compare
Yeah.
because there's a different, it's just that I was looking at the amount of votes. So we had 12,321 votes.
We didn't have, unless people are really that excited about charter changes.
I know.
We didn't have something that
Yes, we didn't have
generated a
names.
lot of interest.
Right. No, I agree. So that's always a little bit hard to go back and try to find.
Nothing generates interest like a power plant.
Exactly.
Generates.
So the other thing is that, if you have any input, council, and any voters or public, please give us a call so that we can incorporate some of those or look into some of those areas of concerns.
Will you be setting up some type of portal or way for the public and others to provide that to you for orderly review and action by you or your staff?
But I'll have to talk with IT about something like that.
Okay.
Okay. And then lastly, I want to thank the city department staff for their part in assisting with the election, city manager's office, IT, public works, library, finance, human resource, police, and community services. And then also I want to thank my staff. We had over 20 employees helping us, and they really came through. Because if you think about it, we only received 5,000 or 4,400 on election day. We had to signature verify 6,700 ballots within 5 days. So I just want to thank them because believe me, I wouldn't be here or this results and stuff because of them. And then I also want to thank my vendors. I know I have to have a team of vendors to get this successful. And that was, Diane Gladwell, who's my election consultant, Hart, the equipment. The RCV Resource Center was here. We had some of the folks from Secretary of State. LA County was here. And I think LA County was looking at the ballots and how maybe down the line they'll do ranked choice voting. And then also we had the county recorder from Humboldt and his staff. And they had a vested interest since they have heart, they're doing ranked choice voting. They just didn't have enough candidates for their November 4th. So.
You said Humboldt County?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
Just for
And
county
so-
supervisor or what?
The county recorder, register recorder. Yeah, he was here on the testing, he was here on election day, and him and his staff was here on the final.
No, but for what election was it for? You
The
said.
November 4th,
And what were the candidate, what was the office for?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was for City of Eureka, and they were planning to do ranked choice voting, but they didn't have enough candidates.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but they did have a tie for one of their cities, so that was interesting. So, anyway, thank you, that's it. I don't know if anybody has any questions, any other questions?
Great job. You want me to hit the button? Go ahead. Maybe it's best at the end. I did have what I will loosely call a BRR about some items, which we could discuss now, if that's okay with the mayor and you, Eleanor.
Sure.
Yeah, a BRR on how the money was spent, which you've touched on. Who was it spent to? Who was it given to? What vendors did we use? How did it work out? How did they perform? What changes may need to be made next time regarding funding, either an increase or decrease? And really big picture, what worked, what didn't? How was the money spent, and how can we redirect and calibrate that going forward? So is that something you would be able to do?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if my fellow council members or mayor may have anything to add to that as far as that item. We have staff here, city manager, anything? I know this is within the purview of the city clerk. Anything on your mind that you think could be helpful?
No, I think that's a very helpful suggestion. I think doing a little bit of a reconciliation of expenses and evaluating what provided value in the education outreach effort and what perhaps we might want to redirect next go round. I think it's a good exercise. I'm sure if Eleanor's got time to do it, I think it'd be worth the effort this
Yes.
June, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Eleanor.
I was going to bring this up later in our referrals, but I think it would be good to do some outreach to the community via survey or something like that to get feedback on, were they confused by it? Did they like it? Would they want to do it again? That kind of feedback, broad feedback and places for them to respond with anything they had concerns about in the process. And that would help inform, how we go forward. And similarly, I think there were I saw complaints about why this happened. Why are we out of sync? And that may be for a referral to staff, but should we revisit when we conduct our elections? Because I had a lot of people when I was walking, why wasn't this in November?
this again?
I understand the politics behind how that was made before, but it's a different time now and the public's asking the question, who don't remember why we did that.
We add campaign finance reform onto that request?
You want a lawsuit?
It was a hard-fought victory, I
I know
think, to
we
challenge.
won a lawsuit. There was politics behind when it was. And there's people asking legitimate questions. Why didn't we put on
Well,
November?
anybody that asks that question, I always tell them, look at our turnout versus the counties on primaries. And we are higher than everybody except for the November election. And so that's why, one of the reasons why we thought this is good, because we didn't want to be at the bottom of the ballot. That's one reason. And it's a legitimate question, but we have really good turn. We had in an October recall election, 34% turnout.
Which was higher than the November election 2 weeks later.
Right. So,
comparing numbers is very.
Presidential elections are the wrong thing to compare it to. They should compare it to off-term, maybe Senate or gubernatorial.
Look, I didn't want to debate it here. I'm just bringing up the question.
Yeah, I would just add that I think the community in general, I heard lots of comments about it. So I think it's a fair point just to, what do people want on this? I think it's easy enough to tie it into a survey in how the election went. It was, ranked choice for the first time, and there were those comments. There could be check the box. Do you prefer it on March or November? I know that there's been a lot of history on this, but I'm not sure. Esteemed city attorney, I feel like I want to open this up to you.
It's really agendized.
It's not what I was going to say. This is declaring the results of
No,
this
absolutely.
election final. I would encourage you to do that. I would encourage you to make any further BRRs at the end of the meeting. And if you want a discussion for a future
That's all it was.
council, then you can do that during referrals to staff.
Okay.
I think this was just a preview by Mayor Light of what is coming.
That's right.
Okay, anybody else? I don't see any
My
hands
hand is
up.
still up. My hand is
Okay.
up.
Well, you were spoke before, so I assumed you did.
Everyone was speaking, it's all out of order. So in the issue of research and transparency, we've had multiple examples of prior ranked choice voting elections that have gone awry. Will we be giving these results, these ballots, copies of them to any research or any educational facilities or anyone that has asked for copies of these to, as a third party, to look at the answers and make sure that they are what we think they are in terms of the rules that we passed in August, what were actually implemented correctly, and the ballots were counted correctly? Because a lot of questions are about transparency on ranked choice voting, because it's nowhere near as transparent as a simple individual choice. Just vote for one, first of all. First question.
So I know they have the cast vote records, However, so that will be available. Regarding the scanning of the ballots is what I think you're referring to. That I'd have to check and see how that would work. So you would have definitely the data that comes from the ballot, and you'll have that on the website.
Okay.
And do we have a third party? I don't know of anyone.
No one's asked
No one's
so
asked.
far.
I mean, I know Ranked Choice Resource Center is asking for it also. So, but
What do you mean, what are they asking for specifically?
it's the CRV, the CAS voter record. And it's just a linear of all the.
Voted.
Yes, of all the votes.
Versus the actual ballots, which stated 1, 2, and 3 preferences.
Correct, correct.
Right, that's a different question.
I thought this,
Well, they're coming from that ballot.
So 2 different questions, 2 different data sets. Who voted versus an individual ballot or a record of the ballots to see who voted 1, 2, and 3? Meaning,
Right, that would be the cast vote record.
the cast vote record includes how many, for example, I got of number 1s, how many of number 2s, how many of number 3s, how many number 4s, and how many, and
so
yours would
that's the
say the
cast.
same thing.
That's a cast vote record.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I thought the cast vote record is who casted a vote. Total voters.
No.
It's different. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Anyone else? Okay, any member of the public?
Yes. Steve Chesson.
Well, we've got a,
Oh, sorry.
we have no
Hold
written
on.
ones, correct?
No. Hold on one second, Steve.
Oh, good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Gregg, Redondo District 1. It'll be interesting to see, once we do the analysis on how this actually turned out. But I can say firsthand, on election day, 5 of my neighbors came, I was walking, doing laundry, doing some stuff around my house, like gardening, and they're like, I don't understand how to fill this out. And, okay, so rank my choice 1 to 5. So 5's my best choice. That's who I should vote for, right? I mean, a lot of people are still understanding it. So obviously, there's a learning curve that has to come in place here. I read the instructions, it's pretty simple. I think most people can understand, but a lot of people just didn't understand it because it was something new. But one thing I do want to mention is that in our last election, there was 10 contests. We had 3 council seats, we had a city attorney, we had mayor, we had 4 or 5 other ballot initiatives on there, almost 10. Part of the reason why we don't have our elections in November is because the last November election, how many contests were in that ballot? Huge amount. Now, normally there's been an issue with down ballot stuff. I know they reverse it now, but if you can imagine adding another 10 onto a California ballot, which there was probably close to 20 or 30, that's the reason why we have our elections in March. So we could focus on what's important for the city. Yeah. And we've seen it time and time again. That's an important thing to do. We're a charter city. We have the ability, we can have our residents focus on what's important for their livelihood when it happens. That's why the March elections are important. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Okay, now anybody online?
Steve Chesson.
Are you there, Steve?
I'm sorry, I'm here. Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council members. My name is Steve Chesson, President of Californians for Electoral Reform. I helped educate the City Council about ranked choice voting in January of 2022 and also worked on the passage of Measure CA5 in 2023. I was in City Hall last Thursday to watch the announcement of the ranked choice voting results. First, I want to congratulate the city clerk and her staff on a very successful implementation of ranked choice voting. From observations and press reports, it went very smoothly, and their voter education efforts were very effective. Second, I would like to congratulate the winners, especially the winners of the mayoral and District 1 contests, Mayor Light and Councilmember-elect Waller, respectively. Had this election been conducted under the old rules, they would now each be facing an expensive and potentially very nasty runoff election. Instead, they can each take office April 1st instead of sometime in May, secure in the knowledge that their respective elections were supported by the majority of the voters. Third, I would like to congratulate the voters of Redondo Beach. Quoting from the exit poll conducted by Lake Research Partners that I emailed to you earlier and that is in your blue folder, quote, voters in Redondo Beach resoundingly report that they like ranked choice voting, understand how it works, found it easy to use, and used it to positive effect in the mayor's race, unquote. The overwhelming majority of voters understood ranked choice voting, found it easy to use, want to continue using it, and in the highly contested mayoral contest, ranked more than one candidate. Again, congratulations on a very successful election. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, let's see here. Marcy Guillermo.
You there, Marcy?
There we go.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and everyone. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Steve in a couple of points. I didn't quite like rank choice voting because it doesn't address the potential for manipulation by non-serious candidates. So I don't know how the city council and the city clerk and the city attorney will address that. Because when we have an election with 5 different candidates, I can bring my buddy and say, hey, you also come over. So it's not really, in my opinion, it's not really a good system. I have a lot of neighbors that they found it very confusing. So in that respect, I disagree with Steve. You say it's expensive, it's nasty if you go to the second round, but I would appreciate how Steve proposes the city addresses the potential for manipulation, which is a very valid concern, speaking with my neighbors. So, and also I do like the going to the poll rather than just this being, all mail-in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it. And no e-comments.
Okay, so you're looking for a motion to receive and file?
I have a quick.
And adopt the resolution. 2503.
Oh, yeah, certifying.
I have a quick comment on the push pull that was provided by Lake Research Partners. I'm going to assume that was the push pull that I received the text message on, and many others did as well. It was extremely misleading. So much so when I read it, as the person who actually implemented the system, the questions were essentially opposite of what it was actually asking. And these are the kind of dangers that we need to be very careful of, because a push-pull from research partners are pushing an outcome. So the questions that were asked were specifically geared towards that outcome, which is positivity, wanting to keep it the same. There's other voting examples, like in here, star voting system, and whether or not we go back to our original format, I think we need to keep in mind it's going to be included in my budget response report. But I didn't even see this in here until the speaker talked about it, and I'm reading the numbers here, and it doesn't include the actual questions, much less a true overall scope of education to the voters. Anyone would have come to any one of my community meetings the last 3 months would have clearly seen that the most educated voters who come to community meetings, who pay attention, had very difficult times really understanding it. And to Councilmember, I think Lowenstein, or I'm not sure who's asked regarding what side of the aisle the names are on. You have the rankings and you have the names. So people were confused just simply on the 6 being best, 10 stars being best, 6 being best, or 1 being worst, 1 being best.
That was Wayne.
It was Wayne. Oh, thank you, Wayne. Thank you. Mr. Craig, you hit the nail on the head, because a lot of people asked me to do, in fact, I corrected somebody's ballot for them, gave them my ballot, and kind of went down this path. Said, hey, listen, they incorrectly filled it out. So my question as to Madam Clerk is then, why did we choose to put the names on the right-hand side where 6 is the worst, least favorite, versus on the left-hand side that they do in other cities where 1 is the most favorite?
That was the setup of Heart. So that's something they'll have to look at. That's just Heart's setup.
The machines, right?
Correct,
It's the way they do it.
correct.
And if we wanted to change it, could we change it?
So, well, that's something we'll have to
We have to
ask.
address with
Yes,
them.
exactly.
And by the way, I had the same comments, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very consistent throughout. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Somebody's motion is on the floor.
Question.
Go ahead.
Do you publish any videos about, ranked choice voting, how to fill out your ballot and the like? I know there was a webinar and the like, but was there any, when we were discussing this to begin with, we had videos from New York and other municipalities that were animated or whatever, kind of exciting little music to them. And for very cheaply, you can push them out to the residents in Redondo Beach, micro targeting, as they call it, to the extent that everybody will be a master of it and be annoyed by the city for pushing this out so much. So did we do any of that? And if not, why not?
Well, we had a women's league, because I had done a presentation. I'm just not sure if it got on the website. So, but, and then just the timing, just the time. So, but that would be definitely something that we need to add. I agree.
All right. It's clear that the demands of this election overwhelm the city clerk's office insofar as you could handle the election, but then maybe you couldn't handle the other things.
Well, the other thing too is we were short 2 people.
Right.
So my chief deputy retired right in the middle. And then I had another staff member go to a different department. So I think a lot of it, and then just the rush part of trying to get everything together.
So to that point, seeing as we don't know what staffing is going to be like in 2 years or 4 years from now, is this something we could contract out on an off an election, right? Off year election, contract out to the county to do for us?
You mean the video part of it?
No. I mean the actual county conducting the election.
They don't do ranked choice voting. So the county does not do ranked choice voting
Okay,
at
if
this
it
time.
weren't ranked choice voting, the county could do it for us?
Yeah, for,
A very high price.
correct.
Okay.
So
And how many firms do ranked choice voting in California?
how many firms? I think 2 are certified with the Secretary of State, which is Dominion and Hart.
Okay, and historically, when we had runoff elections, besides them being expensive, what percentage of the voters actually voted in a runoff election in Redondo Beach?
They're all different.
But do we ever get 20% in a runoff?
If it's like a district,
Right.
and I'd have to look, but it's on our website, just all the different,
Right, I'd pulled them, I thought it was very low
yeah,
when I'd seen it, lower than the general election.
correct. Normally.
Lower than the March election, the April or May election was
June.
like half.
Yeah, the
half
March
that
election, yes.
was
May.
was about half or less than that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what can we do to ensure that the clerk's office has the staff come the next election to, ensure the postcards are sent out early enough, make sure that the postcards don't go to people who've already turned in their ballots.
Right.
Have the candidates get a list of all the people who have voted, in a comprehensive list on a daily basis, so that we're not targeting people who have already turned in their ballots and are now being bugged by us.
Can I suggest that would be a great BRR? Like
Yeah.
at the end of the evening, BRR, what can we do? And then that way it gives the clerk time to
So,
to
yeah,
give some thought to what they would need
I'm
for that.
already thinking about it. So, because we need staff. I mean, that's just really what it comes down
Well,
to.
how do we make sure that, all right, it's rhetorical.
But that's something I want to bring back at our budget.
Or even you could contract out for the education, creating the video. You could select, well before an election, you could select an independent contractor to produce educational videos.
Yeah, I don't think it was a tragedy. I do think this election was a success. I didn't have a whole lot of confusion in my district from it. Put out the information that you had shared. People seem to understand it. I get how if you were not reviewing that information, it could be confusing as one best or five is five best. But hopefully every council member can continue to educate the electorate as we go forward with these elections. But
Well, I will
it would
tell
have been
you,
good with a $100,000 budget.
the last couple of weeks going door to door, there were a lot of people still going, what's ranked choice?
Really?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
And I think there had to have been people who didn't even open that first page of the book because I thought it explained it pretty clearly, but we get people just want to color in dots and they know the names and don't go into those booklets.
If I can just add some feedback that I got. I think generally residents, there were some questions about what is ranked choice voting for sure. And then once explained, they understood. I'm sure there were a few people that were confused. I got several comments from people that were actually pleased that they didn't have to pick one, that they were able to select maybe their top three or whatever that was. So I did get many of those comments, and I just want to let you know that it was received kind of all over the place.
Right. Thank you.
There was confusion that if you voted for one of the top two, that your second vote never got counted. There was real confusion on that because there's people telling them to.
Right, and it goes back to education, right? This is the first time around, absolutely.
Okay, I think we've exhausted this topic. Can I get a motion to adopt by title only the resolution?
Motion by title only resolution number CC-2503-018.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2503-018, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, reciting the fact of the general municipal election held on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, declaring the results and such other matters as provided by law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now jumping to N2, this has to do with the general plan phase 2. Looks like there's 3 parts of this, right? You want a discussion on and possible action on the schedule, approving an amendment to PlaceWorks to help follow this through, and a 4/5 vote with the resolution to appropriate the funds for the expenses related to executing the rest of the general plan.
That's correct. It's a 3-parter. All right, so good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Mark Weiner, Director of Community Development. I'm joined by Planning Manager Sean Scully. And tonight we're going to discuss the general plan update, specifically those 3 items that you had listed in the introduction. So the general plan update was initiated back in 2016. So it's been a pretty long road for this project, about 9 years. There was a general plan advisory committee that was formed and met over 20 times to help shape the documents. I went through planning commission review, and then late last year, 2024, it was reviewed by the city council on several occasions, and we have the dates listed out on the slide. And the city council directed staff to bifurcate this update project and prioritize the updates that serve to implement the city's 6-cycle housing elements. And the reason being is there was a program requirement in the housing elements that required the city to take certain actions by February 2025 in order to stay in the compliance. So because that one was time sensitive, we split the project, and as shown on the slide, these were the items adopted and approved by the city council. One is the EIR for the entire general plan update, not just the housing components. The city council certified that. The city council also amended various sections of the zoning code to make amendments intended to address the housing element, and specifically housing related code amendments. And then the council also amended the city's existing land use element just to bring it into compliance or consistency with those zoning code amendments that were made. So those were the actions the city council took late last year. What remains before us is really the second half of the project, or what I refer to as phase 2 of the general plan update. So in the staff report, we've provided a potential schedule of the next steps for the second phase of the general plan updates. And staff is seeking the city council's feedback on this proposed schedule. As it stands, we propose to bring the land use element back to the city council in May. During our discussions back in October, November, I think we focused on a few topics that need some more policy consideration. One is the floor area ratio at the public institutional zone. Another is the floor area ratio at Artesia, and what that should be. Currently, it's proposed at 1.5, and there is discussions if that's the correct number. And with both of these FAR discussions, staff intends to bring back some visuals and some information that would help inform a city council policy decision on this. Also, discussion on historic preservation policy that was brought up, and we need to revisit that. And then other policies. There was economic development related policies that were raised and some other things in the land use element that the city council would would like to take another look at. Then the plan is to, in June, bring the safety element and the open space elements to the city council. And we didn't really get too deeply into those with the prior presentations because the real focus was on the land use and housing. I think we touched on them a little bit, but we're going to be presenting these documents for the city council's review. And I'll just note the land use element. I don't view that as a one meeting and done review. This could carry over to some additional review of the land use element in the June, along with the safety and the open space elements. But once we receive policy direction on that, we would initiate the Article 27 analysis, because that takes a little time to be completed once we know where we are more specifically on the policies. And then an EIR addendum if necessary. So like I said, the city council did certify the EIR. We did an addendum that was related specifically to the Beach Cities Health District, a couple months trailing that. I don't necessarily anticipate that we're going to need to do another addendum, but if the council decides to potentially allow more than what's already identified in the draft zoning ordinance and general plan, we might need to amend the EIR. So as that's in process and running, we would be taking the council's comments, pulling the documents together, and then potentially in August, bringing back the land use element, noise element, an open space element, along with the associated zoning code amendments that would effectuate some of those documents, all of that in August. And then following that,
Before you go to the next slide, if I could, very quickly, Mr. Mayor. Mike, are we going to have 4 meetings in June?
Perhaps, we're not necessarily planning on that. We always leave that fourth Tuesday open in case we need additional time for the budget. Obviously, if we're going to be looking at the safety element and the open space element in June, we're going to want to do that on that second Tuesday, a night where we're not deep diving in the operating budget. And again, this I think is not a firm deadline. June doesn't have to be when we adopt those two items.
Have to be. Okay.
We could easily do that in July as an option as well. I don't think those are going to be Article 27 dependent, correct me if I'm wrong there, Mark. So we have a little more flexibility with that schedule. But we certainly would work around the budget cycle for considering these two elements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So that's correct. The Article 27 pertains to the amendments in the land use element and the associated zoning amendments. And this is a proposed schedule. It could be modified. The council wants to take a little more time with it, or as we get into it, we decide that we need some more time to address some of the policy matters that are raised. But if we are able to adhere to that schedule, the idea is that we would try to get this on for, this is related to Article 27, a special election in November, December. And staff would propose that we separate out the public institutional FAR matter and what that's set at from the remaining balance of the Article 27 related amendments to the zoning code and general plan. So that would be like the Artesia FAR and anything else that may trigger Article 27 rather than having it all be as one item.
And just a caveat to this, if I could, Mark, is we don't want to prejudge perhaps how many ballot measures we may need. Depending on your ultimate policy direction, it may make sense to have 3 different measures or 4 potentially. If we group topics in logical segments, there may be items that lend themselves to that kind of tagging versus others. So this is just to let you know that it's possible that the election, when we do host it, which by the way doesn't have to be November, December, council may decide, hey, it makes more sense to wait for until next spring, so we don't have election fatigue, et cetera. But it is important to note that we would generally suggest that we segment the various items and make sure that we have clarity with our voters on each decision that's before them. If you aggregate them into one, you run the risk of one particular issue dominating an outcome and perhaps clouding other viable choices. So just something to think about as we go through the discussion process.
Are you talking about multiple ballot measures on the same ballot at the same time frame?
Generally, yes. It would be, however we segment the policy decisions, however the council feels the community.
Seems to make the Article 27 analysis really complicated, because you have to be able to separate.
You have to parse it out to make sure the studies,
And what's the
could.
cumulative impact, assuming they all get done,
Correct,
or any combination of
correct.
them?
So the cumulative may be all
It's
in
very
aggregate. Yeah, so we'll have to decide. I mean, all of those factors
I
will be
think there's
considered.
alternatives to this. Hopefully we have, we're not buying in tonight that this is
No,
a done deal.
And this is something we want to investigate. I think the key is that we could, if possible, separate out some of the policy matters. That way you don't get an up or down vote all based on one item.
Like a line item.
Yeah.
Right. And again, this is a tentative schedule. The council ultimately may say, hey, I want to take months to go through some of these matters, slow it down, look towards a spring of 2026 special election rather than a fall. We are now, thankfully, because we have decoupled the housing requirements.
Yeah,
This is your schedule. We can go as fast or as slow as you'd like.
Well, I'll talk to you afterwards. I have some ideas.
Okay. So now to the next part of this, we are looking for an amendment to the agreement with PlaceWorks. The prior amendment was the 6th Amendment, and we still have some outstanding tasks on that amendment that total $143,000. They're listed on the slide here. And then what we've brought before the council is Amendment 7, and these are the tasks that are going to be needed. They're going to be necessary for Phase 2. As you can see, the bulk of it's really tied up in the Article 27 analysis of the additional funding needed. It is $187,474. So that's the actual amount that's being tacked on to what the council's already approved through the 6th amendments, the prior 6 amendments.
What's the total value of that contract then?
$2.5 million. Actually, a little more than that.
Yeah. But remember, it has been a 9-year, going on 10-year project. And there have been other documents that have come out of it, like the ACAP and some other things that were kind of branched off that we just decided it was a good opportunity to work on that. And it included the EIR. So what's needed for the remainder of the project between the 6th and 7th amendments is $331,000. We've identified the different funding sources for this remaining amount. The bulk of it comes from the state LEAP grants that we received. That's around I think $234,000 we would be obtaining from that. And there is a resolution approving the appropriation of that additional $234,000 into a fund or account that can be spent on the general plan update.
That last number's LEAP? That's all LEAP?
Yes.
That we're allocating? Okay.
That's the final appropriation that's needed to pay for all of these remaining tasks.
Yeah, and the remainder is the general plan maintenance fund, which is, we just based it on what's in there now, but that will change. We do anticipate that that will increase because it's a percentage, it's a fee that's applied to development applications. And then also from the community development planning budget, contract and professional services, but the bulk is from the LEAP grant. And with that, staff's providing the recommended actions of approving the 7th Amendment for the underlined amount and then adopting the resolution as stated on the slide.
The one thing I'll add to this, and thank you, Mark and Sean, for going through this and all the many years of work that's gotten us to this point. The contract sometimes is a big number and a little tough, kind of a tough pill to swallow, but I will say out of fairness to PlaceWorks, and I got a question about this earlier today, they're not collecting the full $2.5 million. They are ultimately in charge of the full project, and much of the work and payment that they receive is ultimately passed through to their sub-consultants that are doing the analysis, the analytical work that is the basis for the various CEQA Article 27, review. And groups like Fair and Peers and others are big recipients of these funds. So this isn't all PlaceWorks. This is PlaceWorks and all of the ensuing subs that do the work for us on this behalf. So I'm not saying that makes it any easier. I'm just saying that's it isn't exclusively PlaceWorks that's being compensated for this work.
That it? That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple things, since you asked for, your first item was discussion and possible action. Overall, I agree with the schedule, although I think that may it seems like June is pretty booked, so that may slow roll, and I don't want to shortchange the budget or this process.
Right.
So I think we may want to plan to spread that out a little better.
Makes sense.
But there's some items that, having not really looked at the non-housing side of this, that I've lost track of from when I was on GPAC to wherever we're at today. And I just want to make sure we look at some of this stuff as we go forward. So the first is co-living. What do we do with co-living? The second is, you brought up just a few meetings ago, streamlining some uses versus being stricter on others. Is there things we have to incorporate in the land use element or the ordinances related to that? I believe there's a question on the definition of open space in commercial restaurant type arenas that came up during one project. PCH corridor, doing something similar to, should we do that now, or do we kick that down the road and do it separately afterwards, which would have to be another set of zoning changes and potentially probably a vote of the people again. And then just some reference to bring it in consistency with what we've been doing. The harbor was not part of the GPAC focus. It was not part of the general plan, not a big focus of the general plan update. But to make sure we stay aligned, should we put in some policy or something related to the activities that we've been, the plans and stuff we've been working towards in the harbor, like the amenities plan, just to ensure internal consistency, and it isn't something somebody can use against us and, it's saying we're not consistent through our document.
So would you like me to address those?
I don't think we have to tonight. I'm just looking at in the
Making
process.
sure we're capturing this as we go forward.
I don't want to go through all this.
No,
tonight.
yeah.
This isn't a hearing on the actual document, unless you really want to talk about each of those, but.
I could just comment real fast. We don't have to have a lengthy discussion so on the co-living, it was not in the original document, but when the Planning Commission reviewed this as part of their review, they made a recommendation that we add a policy that would direct the city to develop regulations for co-living buildings, spaces.
That's not in the document today, so we'd have to add that.
We would have to add it, but it will be part of the package that goes to the council. It's in the Planning Commission resolution.
That's all I'm.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to address it.
Okay, I won't go through them then. That's one of them.
If you really want to.
No, it's.
Okay.
There'll be plenty of opportunity.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, no, before I get to the other things, I do want to jump on the co-living, because that was one of the things I wanted make sure that's addressed, and make sure that's addressed. Will that be addressed if we pass it? Is it retroactive as well? if somebody, we don't have anything that allows it right now, but we don't have anything that disallows it right now. And the reason I ask is because there's a product coming online and between now and by the time we have something in place, and it's actually really important. I've already seen other communities that have had this, and they've had significant fire, health, life, safety issues that are associated with that.
So what would be in the general plan as a policy that's directing staff, the city, to prepare an ordinance that would regulate it? And there's other directives in there through the policies. In terms of the zoning ordinance, that would come potentially at a later date, or we could try to pair it with this if we think that we can get it done quickly. I would say if the council has a concern that there's public health and safety issues associated with that type of housing and wants to ensure that we don't process any applications until we've had a chance to fully study it, an urgency ordinance could potentially be an option, but I would want to speak with the city attorney about that because it involves housing and state law could affect our ability to do that. So that's something that we would need to research and get back to the council on.
Yeah, it doesn't pertain to the production of housing or the zoning of housing. It only pertains to the usage of current housing. So I'll just stop for a second. What I was going to start off with is, I've been here actually a lot longer since 2017. I remember when we, in State of the Riviera, started this with getting the general plan update going in fall of 2016, I think it was, I want to say. We were asking for it about a year before in 2015 from the council. So while it's a lot of money, 2.4 million, a lot has been accomplished through the years through this update. And it's something that's been long needed. I mean, it was 30 years since we last updated some of these elements, most of these elements. 33. So it's a big win. And it got people motivated in different districts to care, to matter, to vote. And I do believe that breaking these up into different areas of the city, because one area of the city might not care so much about the commercialization or the updates to other areas. And it's, in a way, it's kind of like a district issue. Updates you do to the Riviera Village, somebody might not care about in other parts of the city, but it's very important to the residents that live there. And I would highly suggest to us, the council and staff, to look at the fact that in order to get people to vote, they have to care. It has to be something that matters to them. And breaking this up in these different elements, which would be ballot items, I think would be a very wise thing to do to get people to show up to vote so that they have a clear and better understanding as to what they're voting on an individual basis. Because when it gets really complicated very quickly, like ranked choice voting, people might just sit out and say, it's too complicated, I might not vote. So I do believe that breaking this up is a good move forward. And looking at the timeline, we also have the timeline of spring 2026, so essentially a year from now to jump onto the county election if we don't make the November election or whatever, the end of the year if we do a special election. We can only do one special election per year. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark and Sean, Mr. City Manager. I had a question. I apologize for not bringing it up earlier. It was raised tonight that a lot of, or at least a portion of the expenditures made by the city to PlaceWorks is funding sub-consultants, right? And in the document that we received has a standard fee schedule for PlaceWorks. So, what do they charge per hour for a principal, associate principal, project planner? Are those the rates that we're being charged by PlaceWorks, or are those the hourly rates that we're being charged to by the sub-consultants to PlaceWorks, if you know, who are doing at least some portion of the work?
The sub-consultants do have their own fee schedules, so they are usually attached to the invoicing, so we'll see those sub-consultant hours that feed that task.
Are the hourly
budget
rates
item.
consistent with PlaceWorks rates? Are they lower or higher? If you know offhand, if not, we
I
could
don't
revisit
know
offline.
Don't know offhand, but
Okay.
we could certainly pull
And the
that together.
significance would be the council's looking at the document and approving, saying, hey, these look like reasonable hourly rates, and presumably they're being proposed as reasonable hourly rates. But if a different rate is being charged to the county by subconsultants, we would want to know about that. Fair? Yeah? Okay. And then also in the contract for tonight, the agreement that's part of the agenda package, it states actual reimbursable expenses will be billed at cost. So if PlaceWork has some expenses, they're going to bill at cost plus 12.5%. Have we been charged over the years at 12.5% markup for cost billed by PlaceWorks? And if so, how much has that been? How much have we paid just in this 12.5% markup when we look at the 2.5 million? You may, as I said, I apologized at the top for not previewing this earlier. It was raised by, do you have some idea?
Well, with each one of our amendments, as we've gone along, there is a reimbursable line item. So
Right.
we could go back and take a look at that. And then, and sometimes we've carried those forward with the various amendments because we didn't use all the reimbursables. So we could go back and take a look and add up the reimbursable line item for each one of the amendments.
Maybe to put it in some perspective,
Please.
I'm looking at the fourth amendment now, which was a $325,000 amendment. The reimbursables identified in that specific amendment totaled just under $11,000.
Okay.
Usually fairly small.
The original agreement, I mean, we can go through these, but I think it's kind of in that sort of pro rata share traditionally.
All right. And the big picture point is, are we paying a substantial amount of money for markup by PlaceWorks on reimbursable expenses? And we could revisit offline if that information, okay. And then a related question is PlaceWorks charging us a markup on the work that's being done by the subconsultants? And maybe they're doing it, maybe they're saying, hey, we got to manage these people and organize. But the question is, are they? And if so, what's the percentage? And how much has that come out to over the years?
They are, and it's a 10% of the consultant's fee. The subconsultant's fee is their markup. So it's varied. It would largely be with the Fair and Peers traffic consulting contract where we'd see the most amount of funds on the markup.
If I may.
Yeah,
Is that G&A plus overhead plus fee, or is that combining G&A and overhead and there is no fee?
G&A meaning?
General and administrative.
Oh, G and A,
burdens.
yeah.
G&A. We can answer this offline for me. We're not going to solve it tonight.
Typically, I think what's happening is Fair and Peers is quoting them a price for the work that they need to do. PlaceWorks is adding 10% to that quote.
Yeah, my question is that the only thing they're adding or do they add G&A and overhead as well?
They have separate line items for project management. They have study sessions, but they break their cost structure down. If you look at the
I'll take it off.
Seventh Amendment, you see how they lay it out. They've got a $4,200 project.
I don't think this is going to answer. I think it's going to take an invoice to.
Right, yeah. I mean, and assuming they're billing according to the schedule, right, which we would need to verify as well. So $4,200 project management line item is what they have in this particular amendment, the Seventh Amendment.
And what Fair and Peers, and I'm sorry.
No, please.
What Fair and Peers produces, if they produce a hard copy of something, is that an ODC or is that another direct charge that gets that fee on reimbursables? Or is that a subcontractor fee? I'm just looking for fee on fee, if there's fee on fee in this thing.
Well,
I think they I think they assign it through task.
yes.
So if you look at this amendment, Article 27, Traffic Impact Analysis, it's a $92,774 line item. That's exclusively Fair and Peers, plus their administrative charge associated with their review of that document.
And I'm sorry, y'all.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that was.
So that 10% is built into the 92,774.
And to the mayor's point, in addition to the 10%, is Placeworks and saying, hey, we had a principal work on this as well, add on another X thousand? Or is it, hey, we're just taking our 10 and we're the 10% and we're done?
I think it's the latter.
But you'll look at it and let us know?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So if you would have told me 4 years ago that I would have got in the first 2 years a vote to carry on council to increase the FAR on Artesia Boulevard to 1.5, and then, by the end of 4 years, we still would not have done anything really to advance that except study the environmental, I probably would never run for this position. So it is of the utmost importance to me that we timely get this on the ballot in 2025 to the voters so that they can take charge of their own destiny, our own destiny on Artesia Boulevard, and make the systemic regulatory changes that need to occur to bring investment to that boulevard. All right, and I think I heard Councilmember Barron say me too, so that's at least two votes for expediting that as quickly as possible.
Can it be done? Can we have the Artesia Improvement and Revitalization Act on the ballot this year?
Measure ART.
If we can, and
if
allowed to, let's fast track that thing.
I get that it may be, multiple elections by the time we get to PCH. Under Article 27, special elections, just the cost of doing business in Redondo Beach to get change affected. So that's one. Number two is
Can I ask a question associated with that? To the point where, is it important enough where we actually segregate that particular outcome amidst these other items to effectuate that perhaps on its own? Because I think the answer to your question is yes, if that is its own particular study, Article 27 analysis, and we move forward. Where we're going to get difficult is when we start adding, like we tend to do, oh, let's look at this. Oh, let's look at that. Oh, we're going to need another study for this. We're going to need an addendum. And as we do that, that's why this schedule's out there the way it is. It's just going to tack on 6 months, 6 months, 6 months.
How many items are we really talking about? We're talking about the ACAP stuff and then
PI FAR, ACAP, and then for the most part, the rest of the items are really more policy narratives, right?
Yes.
The elements themselves.
Okay, so those two, the first two that you mentioned, ACAP and PI FAR, I think are probably the easiest thing. While there's two sides, there's two clear sides to the PI FAR, and council is going to vote one way or the other on what to put on the ballot. As for the other, so what we do is we bring those two items, the ACAP and the PI FAR, to us sooner rather than later, and then we bring the next item up, and if we don't make progress on the next items to actually get to a final point on them, then we just move forward with a vote on the PIFR and our Artesia, the ACAP stuff. And then to another item, I mean, people have raised to me, including today, somebody texted me on it, that PCH should be getting a similar type of treatment as Artesia Boulevard. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not distracted at all from the goal, which is Artesia Boulevard. But if we realize, hey, what we're going to do on Artesia Boulevard is really would be the prescription to fix PCH also. And we don't have to realize that or analyze that now. But once we get past whatever we need to at council for Artesia, what would be the process? We'd basically start environmental and all this stuff again for PCH.
We probably even start with a PCAP, a Pacific Coast Highway or area plan.
Which requires a GPAC to convene to?
No, we would require a consultant to separately look at what treatments and economic development incentives you would advise to include nodes, blocks, et cetera, along the PCH corridor. You would adopt that plan much like you did the ACAP, and then that plan becomes the basis for your environmental follow-up review, and then the ordinances that are required to implement those plan strategies.
Is PCH currently part of our strategic plan?
It's not.
Okay. And when's our next strategic?
I thought it was.
When's our
Not from a
next
corridor area plan standpoint. It is from a storefront improvement and for
Got it,
other
okay.
areas like that.
And when's our next strategic planning?
Although, did we talk about maybe bringing back the process for the Pacific Coast Highway? I got to look at that.
That was my understanding coming out of the last strategic plan.
Okay.
So the land use element
Okay.
identifies PCH as a special policy area. There's a directive to develop a plan for it similar to the ACAP. And that would be the next step. I actually have it on the work plan for my department as the next project once we get past this general plan update. We could start it somewhat concurrently and just get it going sooner rather than later. But it's definitely front and center as one of the high priority things to do next that is coming from the general plan. For example, the general plan recommended or directed to develop the ACAP. And in that case, we decided to just do that concurrently along with the general plan, which is why it's completed.
My concern with the piecemeal approach is internal consistency and how we keep track of that. Because the general plan advisory committee made specific changes to zoning types that line different business districts here, whether they're local serving or, I forget what the different designations were, but they were different color blocks as you move. And then the zoning has even different colors, even though they look the same. And so you've got policies, and you've got the zoning map for the general plan, then you got the zoning map for the ordinances. We're gonna be chasing our tail and keeping them all internally consistent. And if we publish a policy in the general plan land use document, and we don't have that implemented somewhere else, then, we're affecting internal consistency, which is one of the points that people get hit on in lawsuits.
Well, and it's also one of the points that's a barrier to us ultimately implementing business improvements and the like. And just for clarity, it's what we committed to in the strat plan is a budget response report to the council on the cost and process to create a PCH corridor area plan. So, I mean, that is the logical next step is
I'm not saying hold up the whole thing for a PCH plan.
Got it. Okay.
But I am concerned about taking all these different things and piecemealing them and then having to reintegrate them after we know what passes and what doesn't, because these aren't things that you can take this section out of the general plan, this section out of the map, this section out of the ordinance. They're all intertwined.
Yeah, and PCH is candidly far more complicated than Artesia because we have a lot of housing stock along PCH, and the council has already adopted improvement strategies per our 6-cycle housing element that have already, in a sense, locked in some of that zoning requirement.
And then there's things about desirable existing uses, right? That piecemealing this is what we've been doing since 1992, and it's just almost a continuation. It makes it very complex to follow through.
Right. Okay. So, I guess
back to Artesia.
In conclusion, if both your shoes are untied, you're going to complete tying one shoe before you move to the other. So I would like us to complete the ACAP implementation and getting it on the ballot by the end of this year, along with the public institutional FAR. So we settle that item for those affected, and anything else we can get on the ballot. And then if we have to do another election in 2026 for the balance of stuff, then we do that.
It's not just that. It's that the general plan is a broad document in and of itself. So you're plucking pieces out of it and saying, we're approving this.
Sure.
And then what do we do with the rest of it?
Sure.
We leave it blank?
No, we have a general plan. We're just, stepped
As
approach.
I understand it, it
Yeah.
would be, let's get the residents' feedback on those two things. Can we move forward? And then how do we implement that into the general plan and keep moving forward with the general plan?
So you're saying pass the ordinances before we modify the general plan?
Well, wouldn't what we put to the residents be, here, adopt these ordinance and amend our general plan as follows to be consistent with the the ordinances?
It could be both concurrently, or it should be. One's the policy document, the other is the implementation ordinance.
But to pull that section out, our current general plan doesn't follow the same way the new one does.
So I think as we get back into the land use element of the general plan, I think the council will find that most of it could be adopted. We don't need to wait for subsequent plans, like the policies for PCH are pretty broad, and I would think that gives us a lot of latitude as we're developing the document that
Again,
is more specific.
what I said is if we could have a session on it and we can agree on putting the whole thing on the ballot and we can wrap it up, and then I'm all good with that. But if it's going to be something where we want to, just go back and forth on the minutia and it's going to drag on, no thanks. Let's just prioritize what we know we have consensus on.
If that could be done consistent with Article 27.
Right.
Yes.
No, this is exactly the feedback we're looking for tonight. So this helps.
I think you really need to look at the current general plan versus the new one, because just modifying one section to say we're fixing Artesia is, you can't just pluck that out of the new general plan and put it in the old one. And
Let's pass the new general plan. Hey, let's go. Let's go.
I think what he's stressing is like, he wants to get this done. And
Yeah, I
however
agree. We
can
don't want
move
to
it
tack on new
forward.
stuff that would drag this out. So let's get what we largely have and then kick the can down the road on the other stuff. I'm fine with that, but piecemealing this beyond a couple simple things is very complex from an internal consistency perspective.
And it will be difficult to analyze that to the point taken as well. It's going to be important, the
And to make
cumulative
it
impacts.
understandable to the people voting on it.
So I think
180 pages of different options.
To that point, you don't want it all as one big giant document. If people are not going to understand it, say no.
I don't know that that's true.
Very simple. I've learned that a lot.
I would argue the opposite. If someone's concerned about the BCHD FAR and everybody else wants Artesia, the people who is a smaller microcosm that's worried about the BCHD, they may not get heard. So you may pass it and they don't like the outcome. I don't know why you're looking at questions. If you bundle it together.
When you make it so complicated, people don't understand. They have a big thing to read. They're like, I don't understand this. I'm not going to vote for it. One of the reasons why we don't package all these charter amendments up together as one, well, a lot of different reasons, but other than single source and whatever else, is because you break it out very simply for them to understand. It's very simple.
Yeah,
not complicated.
Breaking the general plan apart into those very simple things is not easy. It's a new general plan. It's not a,
I think,
well, I don't,
good, right?
it doesn't sound like it's sinking in.
I mean, what do you want them to say?
Well, I think when we bring this back to the council, we'll be able to more specifically identify what areas of the general plan are triggering Article 27. It's not all the policies. It's pretty limited. So we can hone in on that and present that to the city council and then make decisions about whether it's, makes sense to break it up so the policy issues can stand separate from each other or take a more consolidated approach.
And correct. And what I'm hearing is we want to execute what we've set out to execute on a priority basis. And what it may mean is we get the general plan adopted, we get these two items put to bed from an analysis standpoint, and then these supplemental items may trail all of that as a follow-up review. And I think that's when
Like the PCH plan.
Exactly. That's when we're, I think, accommodating everybody's issues longer term, but we're full speed ahead on the critical elements.
Sounds good. Thank you, Director Weiner. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And thank you, Mr. Scully.
Okay, if no one else from the council, anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Dr. Osborne, District 5. Last time I tried to show something, something really dense looked like, and you couldn't even get your screen working. But I want to know if people know what FAR even is, okay? And I want to know, I've got two questions. First, if you increase the FAR, are you ever going to be able to decrease it if it doesn't work out? Or are we going to be trapped in some of the zoning regulations from Sacramento? Or maybe it doesn't apply to commercial things. And so, if you increase the FAR and take away all the parking on Artesia Boulevard, it's going to spill into the neighborhoods. And then all the people that have converted their apartments, the garages to ADUs, their people aren't going to have a place to park either. So I just want to know, can you try a few businesses that want to hire FAR on a provisional basis and just say, okay, and see how it works? I mean, because you haven't pointed to me a business that you don't have because the FAR is not good enough. Just to increase, I just want to know if you can try this. Because the people who want to increase the FAR are the people who own the property, so it'll, quote, be worth more. So a developer will come in and build something huge, ugly, and totally out of character. You're worried about people contributing to stuff and buying elections and buying campaigns. I can just see the ads right now. Okay, that's my unplanned rant.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Marcy Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council. Yes, I completely agree with the Director of Community Development, the City Manager, and the District 1 Council Member on breaking the housing elements into sections. And if we're going to ask the residents to vote on zoning or land use, please, please, break the housing elements into sections based on districts and ask simple questions. Voters can read 10 different questions or more. If they're simple and straightforward, they are going to respond to that. And I understand the concern about piecemealing, but this is not just piecemealing. This is based on Article 27. So I don't think we're going to have a lot. And then we do need to separate Artesia versus PCH. And we're going to have a new council member for District 1. So please, keep that in mind. Simple questions, separate them, break them apart. And I do agree, Artesia needs to get going. I think that's the priority. Thank you.
I think there's a misconception there. We're not reopening the housing element. That's part one of the general plan that's been passed. That's in cement right now. And that's not what's in question going forward, just so no one else is confused on that.
And no more for Zoom and no e-comments.
I'm sorry?
No more for Zoom
No
and
more-
no more e-comments.
Okay.
For the record.
Okay, I have nobody from the council, so somebody wants to make a motion?
It's a motion to receive and file, right? Or, I mean, a motion to accept the contract.
Approve the
amendment.
contract and approve the resolution.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve the contract and resolution to do the work that we need to do for the general plan and subsequent related phases 2 and 3.
Second. Okay, motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Did you,
Aye.
you're opposed or you're?
No, I'm an aye.
So it's you?
Unanimous.
What was that?
Unanimous.
Unanimous, thank you.
Okay. You have to
I need
read
to read.
your.
Yes. Adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2503-013, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $234,632 to the Community Development Department budget in the general fund for general plan expenses with funding available due to a state local early action planning LEAP grant reimbursement. Thank you.
All right, motion for an 8-minute break?
Oh, okay, second.
No, we have,
we got
we got one item left. City manager and one item, we're done.
Come on, that's it.
We have a motion and a second, all four?
Left.
No.
Eight.
One item,
Aye.
discussion.
Okay, taking a break.
8 minutes, stretch. Stand
Guys,
up
come
here
on.
at the stand.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Abaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, let's see, we're down to item O, city manager items.
Yes, just two items. A reminder that we have our new assistant to the city manager starting next Monday, Jane Chung. We'll have a little bit of a press release out this week on her arrival, so we're excited about that. And council already covered this earlier. Just one more reminder, April 1st, 3:30 up in the main library, we'll be celebrating our outgoing electeds. And we'll all have an opportunity to say thank you to Mike, Nils, and Todd for all of their hard work and all that has been accomplished in their time here with the city. So looking forward to that on April 1st.
And no closed session according to.
And there will not be, so when we adjourn tonight, just for clarity purposes, typically what we'll do is we'll adjourn and then we would cancel closed session, but for posterity's sake, we will only have a general session 6 o'clock meeting on the 1st, unless we need something after the meeting that's urgent.
That's okay. Down to item P1. This is one I asked for in a referral to staff. And it came up because, well, two things. When I went up to the debates up in the library, it was a rainy day and the lobby had a lot of unhoused people in there. And while I was walking, I got numerous comments from parents saying they're concerned about their kids going alone to the library, especially during an inclement weather because it becomes a hangout for the homeless. So with that, City Attorney Webb, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my final report. I've slimmed it down to 98 slides in the PowerPoint. If you could.
Not there yet.
Where is it? So based on the mayor's referral and discussions with him, I should start with, we have our library director, who's graciously still here, as well as our community service director, who's bemoaning that she didn't leave earlier. But she has a Diet Pepsi, so she's well compensated for it. We looked at, first and foremost, the unhoused individuals are absolutely entitled to be in a public library. But as it gets more crowded during inclement weather, there can be complaints, such as the ones the mayor received. I started by talking with Ms. House and trying to see if there were some other public buildings that aren't as busy when it's raining. I was thinking, like, for example, my experience at Alta Vista Community Center, most of the activities are centered around sports, but as Michelle Pinedo and Elizabeth House discussed with us, there are still other activities. It's still rented out. It wouldn't be feasible to be able to have them as an alternative. I spoke with the library director, and there is the possibility that we could open a meeting room upstairs. And if they're there anyways, just mostly trying to stay out of the weather, then they could go upstairs, we could have snacks, we have other items, and there wouldn't be the conflict. However, Dana mentioned that they have other programs that still go on, and it would be difficulty trying to schedule around that. So we have a couple of possibilities. It's up really for the new council to decide what to do about that. You can, ask us to look, if you want, to explore more the practicality of this. But there are two churches, one in District 2, just as the library is, First United, that already provides meal services, and they're potentially open to having inclement weather shelters open in their meeting room. My suggestion is that we do it in such a way that there will be some expense, but we have control over it. We have security guards. We can't force them to go, but we can have the housing navigators we're already paying reach out to the people that are in the library, not, work with the county to fund it, because it could be a bigger issue that, is too big for the potential problem. The other church that is amenable to it potentially is St. Andrews in District 1. But again, we have new council members in District 2 and District 1, and it would be good to get their input on what they want to see. But the only practical, as far as we can tell in the week that we have, solution to the problem would be to work with them to try and give incentives for our homeless who are going to our library. There isn't a problem in talking with data. The problem doesn't exist in the North Branch Library, so I don't think we need to come up with a solution in North Redondo. It'd be more give an incentive for them to go to a church in District 2 or District 1. And the benefit to them, the incentive is it would be open 24 hours until the rain subsides. So they wouldn't have to leave the library to find a shelter from the storm and then return to the library to get warm weather where you know, it's heated, it's air conditioned when the shelter ends. So that's the potential as we see it. This is in response to what the mayor brought up. It's not a self-initiated by us in terms of our homeless program, but it's something that's potentially worth exploring, particularly if you're getting complaints from the parents and the other residents. Ms. Amura, our housing navigator, is here. She agrees that if we do it, it should be kept small so that we're merely giving an option to our unhoused residents in Redondo so that we're not creating a regional magnet. Now with that, I'll turn it over to you. We need to explore further. It kind of makes sense to agendize it as a next step after the new council members are seated, so to get their input on it, because they'll be voting on it if we were to enter into any sort of agreement with the churches.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you looking into it and reporting back to us. One of the outcomes, you mentioned that they leave when the library closes. Well, one of the things, at least two of them were doing, was one was sleeping right outside here. The other had a tent/umbrella set up next to the voting box, which I got complaints from voters about being afraid to drop their vote in. So the unintended consequence is, when we closed the library, he was going back to they were going back to their different tent places. So I appreciate you looking into it. It's up to the council, whether we continue. So I'd like to at least explore using the churches, because I do think that's a more humane solution, having a 24-hour solution versus kick them out in the rain. I mean, that's the worst part of the day is when the sun drops and it's still raining and windy and all of that. So I appreciate you looking into this, and sad that it's your last report to us.
The only thing I disagree with, sad that it's my last report.
Is it what?
That I'm not sad that it's my last report. That's the only thing I disagree. Okay. But if you want to make a motion, it would be to agendize it at some future date. It's probably not feasible to get it done by the time this rainy season does, so there's no time frame. But before we get to rainy season next year, if you want to do it, have a discussion of, or you could do a BRR of what it would cost and consider it with the budget. That may be more appropriate.
So you talked to the two churches?
Ms. Mura talked to the two churches.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would you mind coming up, Lila? I mean, you live this day to day. What do you think?
And what about the hot weather?
I definitely think, sorry, I'm getting sick. I definitely think it's needed. The library has always been a hot spot for when it's really hot or it's raining. There's no shelter anywhere. So, I mean, thankfully our library isn't out of control because we don't have that many unhoused here in the city. I've been to other libraries and they're just, I mean, loaded with people in there. So, but I think it would be great if we can offer them somewhere to stay out of the rain. It's, I hate driving home late at night and seeing them at bus stops in the rain. It kills me, you know, and there's nowhere to take them. So it would be great. And I'm offering to stay overnight. I will watch everyone. I'll be there.
A second.
Look, they said no.
There are labor law rules that we can't do. How would you control it so it, like, we talked about, you wouldn't publicize it. You would just word of
No.
mouth to the people that are in
No.
the library to try and create. So it wouldn't be, we wouldn't put it on a website. We wouldn't do those things because we don't want to attract people to Redondo. The central mission of what we've done is to try and control, to try and solve our homeless problem. It's very fluid, but we can't, incapable of solving it for the county as a whole. That's the Mayor Pro Tem's job.
Wait for the Daily Breeze article tomorrow.
Councilmember Barrett.
Well, thank you. And
Thanks, Mike.
thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney, and Lila, Elizabeth, for thinking about this and working on it. And it is telling that your last act as city attorney is on a homeless issue, where you and others have had such success. And I think it's fair to say that the city of Redondo Beach arguably has done more successfully than any other city when it comes to homelessness. So that's great, and thank you for that. On this one, I have some serious concerns, some of which you raised. Setting up an emergency shelter will become a magnet. It just will. We're going to keep it on the low. It doesn't work. 2 weeks ago, I drove through Anaheim Boulevard, the city of Long Beach. They have a temporary emergency shelter. It was a mess. There were people all over the place, daytime drug use, no supervision. Understandably, they can't have staff out on the street. So I don't want to jeopardize the great work you've done and have it all come crashing down. So I'm a hard no on this for that reason, and it's based in fact. And from a legal perspective, and you really put your finger on it, we can't force someone to leave the library. I mean, that's the problem, and I think the mayor made a great point. That's the problem we're trying to solve for, to move people out of, we can't do that. So we'd be stuck. This is not necessarily a panacea or something where we're going to have success where we say, hey, this is going to work. So that's really important. Also, our funds were limited in the first place. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We have a successful model. And I know no one was suggesting this, the idea we're going to drop this in District 1 or District, Todd's done great work in District 2. I mean, they've had problems at that 7-Eleven on Pier. I understand that the owner of that 7-Eleven, not only does he probably not want, and I'm not concerned too much about the owner of the 7-Eleven. My point is that's the gateway to the waterfront where we're trying to do this revitalization. It's the last place we need a magnet. So that's it. I don't want to belabor the point. It certainly was an honorable thing to think about, but way too risky. And so I think we should just end it here. Those are my thoughts. There's certainly other people on the council and others who have come here to speak, it appears. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Obaji.
Well, first, thank you, Mr. Webb, City Attorney Webb, for your leadership in leading Redondo to functional zero homelessness. And thank you, Joy, as well, City Attorney-elect, and Lila, of course. Lila is our guardian angel for the city of Redondo. I think that if we governed and we made policy by fear, we never would have ended up with a pallet shelter, and we never would have ended up with a homeless court or any of the successful programs that we have. The truth is, when people end up in our library, it's not good for the kids who come to the library to study. And they're not getting it's an opportunity for us to extend to them services that they need to hopefully get on the road to recovery, I think. I'm willing to try this out. I'm willing to I could see, what's happening in the summertime. Is the library getting filled with people in the summertime for cool AC? I know it's been kind of cool the last 2 summers in Redondo Beach. Has been particularly hot, but Mr. Vink, if you could let us know.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Dana Vinke, Library Director. It's a pleasure to be here. And to answer your question, it's not as impactful as the wet weather is. But certainly there is some confusion with what the county has to offer. So a lot of times people will think the library is a cooling center. We do have cooling centers in the surrounding areas. But I would say it's not as impactful as the inclement weather is in the fall and winter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And while it's not legal to kick them out of the library, I do think that, with the system of carrots and incentives, I think that we could get them to potentially to go elsewhere within our city and receive wraparound services, potentially receive eventually the wraparound services that we can provide. Question is, are homeless violent in Redondo Beach? We have a lot of episodes of violence by homeless.
How do you define a lot?
Well, I mean, is the fear of a parent because of her kid going to the Redondo Beach Library because they're homeless there, is that well substantiated, or is it kind of panic?
So I would say it's more, when someone's we've had violent incidents involving or unhoused. We've had violent incidents involving people who are housed. I think it's more fear-based than fact-based, but that's not to say when someone's unhoused and in an active mental health crisis,
right,
that's more, the fear is based on reality. And that's why the council has given direction, which may or may not come back on April 1st, the next step of hiring a mental health clinician. And so I wouldn't pick either of the two extremes. So the fear is based on reality. The problem is sometimes people see all unhoused and they think they're the minority that have mental health crisis, but you've seen both in homeless court and here, that people sat throughout meetings and then came to thank you for what you've done with the pallet shelter, and you would never have picked them. You have the housing navigator who works at Kincaid's and who put himself through a school that was homeless, but sleeping in his car. So it's more fear-based, I guess, but there is an underlying reality to it.
And to what extent do we have a problem with drug use in our library by the unhoused?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. And
I mean, is that an issue? Like, Mr. Vink, have you had to call that in, or your librarians called it in, say, hey, there's somebody using drugs here in the library?
I've worked a lot of libraries, and I will say that I'm proud of our staff and how they keep on top of things. And certainly they have been reporting to me incidences, and extremely infrequent. If I really thought about it, there might be 1 or 2 incidents in the last year, and it's usually marijuana and maybe the stairwell. But we approach, every time we get a report or incident, we act on it and we enforce our rules of conduct effectively so that the drug use, in my perspective, is very minimal.
And one of the things that we talked about just today is someone had their library privileges suspended for violating the rules, and the individual appealed, and we're setting up the whole who's going to advise the library director, who's the hearing officer. So like many things, we do a much better job in Redondo. Councilman Lowenstein, I think, hit the nail on the head. Public safety is the top priority for all of you, for all of us. And we actively enforce the rules, whether they be the law or the library rules.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm feeling like the risk of, mental health issues, or the concerns that some parents have about their kids being unhoused in the library is probably rationally based. And it is a risk or an adverse condition that we should seek to alleviate. And so I would favor exploring further, agendizing a discussion with some MOU or something with these churches to deal with inclement weather situations.
Do you have any particular date? Because I think it should be done no later than April 15th. I can think of, no. Just kidding. So no particular date, but before rainy season next year.
Well before, let's do it by maybe July, August, something like that.
A lot going on then, I think.
July or August may be good because the budget's over.
Okay. We just have
With
general plan that
maybe
we
with the
discussed.
BRR as to what the cost would be to do some sort of
As the
MOU.
first step, BRR.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if that becomes the motion that carries, that'll include a BRR, or we need to make a BRR later?
No, you can.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, I would just add, I mean, I would favor continuing this conversation with the new council. In going on ride-alongs with Lila and seeing how she works with people, I think she has an incredible gift. We all know that. And as I understand it, the success that we have is her persistency and kindness with these individuals. And it does take multiple times of interaction with them. So this could potentially create an opportunity at a vulnerable moment that I think could garner some more success. I would be interested to know from Lila what kind of incentives she would think to provide that would incentivize them to move from the library to these locations. And I guess that comes into the bigger, discussion, but also that these would be temporary. I mean, they are, as we're talking about it, churches. So this is just kind of out of the inclement weather. So I think it definitely warrants a conversation. And I see opportunity for us. But to all the points that have been made and the concerns, absolutely. We don't want to be the only city providing these services. And we are, as I sit on the executive committee discussing this in the county, we are an example. Thank you for setting up this entire program because I talk about it a lot. Always exploring new ways of how we can do better. So I would support your motion. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, well, this is going to be the last item I'm commenting on, so, I understand your concern, Scott. We've worked really hard to have a great program that all of you are responsible for. I look at the three of you especially, and thank you for that. And remember that a lot of people come here based on transportation, for example, the bus that lets off right by that 7-Eleven. As the councilman for the area, and this will be up to Chadwick and the other council members, but especially Chadwick since it's his district he's representing now. I don't see people being drawn here specifically because of shelter in rough weather. They're just going to shelter wherever they are. I mean, Lila knows this better than anybody. I don't think anybody's going to go from Long Beach and go, I'm coming to Redondo Beach because they've got a church I can be in. I just think people are there. They'll come for the nice weather, but they won't come for the bad weather. And we're only talking a few times a year. It's happening right now. People are already visiting the library, and God bless them. They need shelter, but let's get them away from an area where it does impact other people and into an area where they really do belong, and we can be supervised and provide everything from shelter to food to everything that they deserve. And unless anybody here has been without a place to stay at night, and I'm one of those people, one time in my life, for one night, I didn't have a place to stay. It was miserable. And that was one night of my life. Can you imagine this every night? And then it's raining all the time. It would be hell. So I think we should look at it. But again, it's going to be up to a future council. Tag, you're it.
Councilmember Barron.
Oh, am I still, I'll wait till after public comment if we have any.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, did you think about the Veterans Park Senior Center? It has spaces there, 2 rooms.
It's right near the pier, too.
Or your Diet Pepsi.
Yeah, we have senior programming though, usually during the day. Doesn't matter what the weather is.
Every day?
We have very active senior community here. So we have dance classes, we have crochet classes, we have game days. So even on rainy days indoors, we have activities.
There's 2 wings there though, right?
Mhm.
And we're not, okay. Every time I go by, it's the one on the left-hand side, looking at the front door, left-hand side.
Yeah, the issue we came across though is that we don't know when it'll rain, so we can't schedule ahead to have classes not taking place on those days. So if we want consistency on the location of the shelter, one of the senior centers wouldn't be ideal.
What about the parking garage down in the harbor, in the pier?
I'm not sure.
That doesn't feel good.
It's out of the rain, it's covered, it's out of the wind. Especially in the back section area, it's actually, you don't feel any of the wind down there.
Council can choose any of them. My first thought was city-owned facilities. If the incentive is going to a place you can stay and you get to sleep at night, going from a warm, heated library room to
I'm thinking overnighting and at night, but to Lila's point, they're sitting at night in bus shelters.
Well, so I was trying to address the mayor's problem where the complaints, and I don't think we can incentivize them to go from a heated library to an unheated.
Yeah,
So,
apologies. I don't look at that as the problem, as our library director talked about. I see the greater problem as someone sitting outside the library or at the bus stops. That to me is the larger of the problem that we have.
You could be right. I was just trying to address what the referral was, and the council could, in the future, decide whether they want to address the concerns that the mayor brought up or address the concerns that you have, which is or both. So
okay,
it's just, do you want to have discussion? That can be part of it.
So glad the council member elects are here.
I think they should. I think they should come down right now and discuss and give points of view. And we should do everything into their hands. Oh yeah.
How are you voting?
Mayor and council, Councilmember-elect Chadwick Castle for District 2. Just in a little context, in terms of my canvassing for the election that we had recently, I spoke to many homeowners in that immediate area around the church, on Broadway, on Catalina, as well as along PCH. And the issues that they still have are with our homeless population there at the bus stop, and it's been an ongoing problem. Historically, the church had provided services to Redondo Beach, but that became problematic in the past, and with some effort from the city, that program ended. So actually going back and opening that back up sort of recreates an issue that was troublesome for the city in the past. That's one concern. The issue with the population in the library, if it's a security issue, do we need more security in the library, where the longer term issue is, additional shelter and spaces for people overnight if they don't have a place to go. I know right now we're at net zero, but if we have population that's here that, in addition, that during the daytime, they don't have anywhere to go, but they also don't have any place to go at night, that's a longer term problem that, speaks to our overnight shelter program. So that's just a little bit of background on that area within District 1 and 2, right there on the border at Torrance Boulevard.
I will tell you, it was your district where this came up.
Right.
Obviously.
Right, and in the library, both in the library and down on Torrance Boulevard and Broadway there.
Okay, thank
So
you.
if I may, I think some of the information was incorrect that you got about the programs that First United has. It's been a magnet before the homeless crisis.
Okay.
We used to have a
continue.
problem with the pier,
Yeah.
and it would filter up to the steps of First United because it's just on the entryway. And it wasn't a result of any program that First United was running. Now,
Remember what started this whole thing?
this was before, we
Before
had
the
a
free
peer
lunches?
offender. When I was city prosecutor, we had a peer offender prosecution program where we had stayaways from the pier, and the farthest distance we could get the court to order was 100 yards, and guess what was on the other side of the 100 yards? And so one of the things, they worked well with us where they would give permission, because we talked to all the residents at the time. Ms. Ford was nominated by the residents and the church to be the mediator to just, like when they had complaints, they would call Ms. Ford because they weren't getting along well. We came up with a prosecution form where they would enable police to enforce the no trespassing law because they'd be closed and yet people were staying there and there were other activities and are going, we're getting blamed for something that has nothing to do with us. And that's been very successful and I think helped resolve some of the programs, so some of the problems. Now they do, to your point, they do provide the meal services, which is one of the reasons why that would be a good location because they're going to be in that area anyways. And I'm not arguing for the program because I didn't suggest it. And if I had thought it was all ironed out, I would have brought it forward. But just to give you more context and information. But I think it's important for the new council, and you've mentioned it, what problem are we trying to solve? Are we trying to solve the daytime problem of the parents complaining about the library? Are we trying to solve the lack of an overnight inclement weather? And is the potential solution going to improve the problem you're trying to solve, or will it make it worse? And those are all decisions for you to talk about in the future if the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will add, when Councilmember Brand first brought this up with me, one of his objectives was to stop feeding the homeless on the churches in his district. And I don't know the details, but he had totally turned around and found the problem, that the solution we're at today was a much better and legal path, I think, than the other.
Yeah, and that is correct. We had a much better chance of surviving a legal challenge and a much better way of reducing the impact on the residents. I have no opinion as to whether or not this will be able to solve it, but part of it is identifying the problem you're trying to solve and then having adequate safeguards against what Councilman Barrett has described could potentially happen.
So, real quick, quick question. Can we add to the BRR pursuant to Councilmember-elect Castle's request, the cost of a security guard to be working at the library during inclement weather times, or a police officer, but I imagine security.
And so the way we envision it is you'd have the housing navigators not staying overnight, but working within the labor law, not only our housing navigator, but the contracts with CityNet and Harbor Interfaith, and potentially contracting with Black Knight Security, who is under contract with the County of LA for providing the 24/7 security at the pallet shelter. So that was already wrapped up into that, and we can figure out, even if you just decide, we're going to not do the shelter, but we'd like more security at the library, contracting with them.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Finally.
So I was invited to come and speak. I've been to a number of meetings at the First United facility over the last few months. Reverend Lisa is part of Leadership Redondo, so I've gotten very familiar with them. And I found that place to be very different than it was, 8-10 years ago, when that was the homeless hangout. Yeah, that's my drive to work. I drive past it literally twice a day. So if we're talking a dozen, 20 days a year, when we have inclement weather, it's not going to become, I don't see it being something that's going to attract people from all the regions saying, oh, it's going to rain tomorrow, let me go to Redondo Beach. I just don't see that happening as an issue. But I'd love to hear what both First United and St. James have to say. I haven't actually spoken with anybody at St. James, even though they're in my district.
St. Andrews.
Oh, St. Andrews. Sorry, St. Andrews. They're in my district, but I just haven't had a chance to talk to them. So I don't know their side of this, and I'd love to hear. I know Lila's talking to them. So when this comes back, when we hear from those churches and see what they have to say, if they have the availability and it solves the issues of not knowing, is a senior center being used, is something in one of our facilities being used, I'd love to hear it, but it's going to come down to how feasible it is. I look forward to hearing that report.
I will say also working with them has been helpful because we can persuade them not to offer services, or we've been successful this far in persuading them not to have mobile showers, multiple mobile showers, which actually enable people to remain in living on the street. We're all about getting them housed. And so we can dissuade them from doing that while it's humane. It can make the problem worse. So by partnering with them, it goes both ways.
All right. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
Yes, Marcy Guillermo.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. I completely agree with council member from District 5 and the elected city council member from District 2. We are successful with the program that we have now. Unfortunately, the other cities, they haven't done much about it. I can tell you through experience that people from Beverly Hills send their homeless. They say, go to Santa Monica, go to Redondo Beach. They have a program there. So my suggestion is this. I believe we're doing more than enough. And perhaps this is the time to say, dear LA County, we are not going to be able to provide these services for incremental weather. We're doing more than enough during the daytime. Could you help us sending these residents, hopefully from Redondo, to another center for overnight? I think if I were them, I would be agreeable to that because we need to be rewarded for the work that the city is doing. For us, the residents, I see some homeless defecating on the grass. And as I think we're going to create a larger problem if we say, because we are too nice, oh, we're going to provide this overnight service for incremental weather. I don't believe so. I would suggest we ask more residents, and I kindly and respectfully suggest we ask the LA County to help us with this number of homeless people. I believe we are doing more than enough. The Hermosa Beach, they have different ordinances. It wasn't the easy reader. If I'm in Redondo in Hermosa and somebody says, no, you cannot be here, I'm going to go to the next city. So please, I have a heart, but at the same time, I cannot be way too nice to the fact that it's going to affect me, my sanity, more. And I believe most residents are going to feel that way. If district council member from District 3 wants to proceed with something like this, I would kindly and respectfully ask that you find something in your district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
So I think at one point, I heard a statistic that around 80% of our homeless have some involvement locally. And since our program's been touted as a model, have we seen that percentage change?
I don't think so from the city net. Yeah, I was just trying to think. I think it's been consistent. When you look at the South Bay, it's a very fluid area. And I will say, people from the South Bay either graduated high school here, their last home was here. They don't want to leave. They don't want to go. They'd rather remain on the streets than go to an apartment in downtown LA. That's just a challenge that Lila and the other housing navigators have. We're seeing recently more new people, but not because of anything we offer, just because some cities are enforcing anti-camping, just like we have throughout. But for the most part, and that's why the CityNet census is so helpful, it shows us that our homeless problem is our homeless problem. And that's why in the future, what you're going to see as part of the plan is both working on the front end prevention, because we have better plans. I think the city is going to be really good under Ms. Howe's leadership in increasing housing opportunities. And on the back end with Ms. Omura and the new position, providing follow-up care. So we don't just stick somebody in an apartment and follow through. And then each of you have provided useful information to Ms. Omura about people at risk of being homeless. And we're able to solve it before they're living on the pier or camping outside City Hall. So it's still a crisis, but we're dealing with. But to your point, most people have long South Bay ties.
Yeah, I'm just fishing it, several fears expressed here of if we're better, we're going to get a whole bunch more. And I'm just wondering my question is, are we seeing that?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it. Those were the fears throughout every step of this program, from homeless court to pallet shelter to Moonstone. And as we showed success, the fears have at least subsided. So.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councilmember Barrett, sounds like we're out of public testimony.
Yeah, it
so you
sounds
wanted
like
to
it.
speak afterwards?
I did, and thank you, Mayor. And it was good to hear from fellow council members, yourself, and city staff. And I'll just reiterate what I think even the city attorney said, as well as the new council members. This is not something to take lightly. It absolutely is not. Once we open this door, if that ever happens, and I see our library director there, a very knowledgeable person, it will be difficult to reverse its effects. It will. So I'm very wary about going any further along the road of doing something troublesome for the city. We already have the pallet shelters. It's working well. We're at functional zero. Let's not mess with that. And Mayor, I thought you made a good point when you spoke about the fears about people coming here, right? What's changed? What's changed is the law has changed. The law's changed. Other cities are now free to sweep their unhoused to our city. There's no question about it. And they'll be free to sweep their unhoused to whatever new shelter that we may, or the council may want to go forward with it. We won't name names, where other cities next to us. It's happened in the past. Now they'll be legally able to do it, and we'll be stuck. So bless you.
Thank you.
And you can see the easy attraction. It's down by the beach. It'll be next to Made by Meg's. Go grab a coffee. Free food and drink. And, by the way, anytime we have questionable weather, we'll be stuck. And it will potentially become a homeless hangout, which we don't need, and we've worked too hard to prevent that. And ultimately, we'll be spending funds on non-resident unhoused. I mean, we're coming up on the budget. I mean, we barely squeaked by with what we had. We did a good job having some funds, but the idea we're going to spend funds on unhoused from other cities is the opposite of what I think our residents expect. And we know once the county gets word of this, be prepared for them to lean on us to open this up to the entire SPA 8 region. Okay, they give us money for things we do. We're their partner. Be ready for that. Be ready for the county to get involved step by step, and we'll have to open this thing up. And they will require multiple portable showers. That is a requirement, and we'll have that. Which is a good thing if you think about it, if you're unhoused. The problem is it becomes more of a magnet. And I think you'll see if you investigate and study the other so-called temporary housing emergency shelters in the county, and I have, they're not so temporary, okay? They're open during large stretches of time called the rainy season. The one in Long Beach is January through the end of March, okay? It's open. And that makes sense because you go out, you don't know if it's going to rain or not. You have to open it up, and then word gets out, hey, it's rainy season, come to Redondo Beach potentially. And we need to be cognizant of that. But this all goes back to the good point that was raised earlier. We have a problem we're trying to solve about unhoused in the library. Okay, and we have an excellent librarian and an excellent library director. I get a lot of compliments from it. We're partners with the school. How do we solve for that? And nothing that's been discussed tonight, we've had some great ideas, solves for that because unhoused don't need to leave the library. And presumably, the folks that are unhoused and are in the library and are not in the pallet shelter are those who've refused wraparound services in the first instance. That may not always be the case, but we're pretty aggressively out there soliciting and asking unhoused to become involved in our programs. So I'm not saying these are the most intransigent of the transients, but that could be the case. So let's study that pretty hard before we make a decision on what to do. And then we'll have both unhoused at the library and a magnet potentially, and I don't want to overuse that term. I use it loosely, a magnet of a housing shelter where other cities are sweeping the residents here. But if somehow the council wanted to move forward on this, and that's the prerogative, the best place to put this thing would be right here on the front lawn next to the library where the unhoused are, and make it heated, and we could hand food there close to our quality of life people and our staff here. Because if you're in the library, we just say, hey, would you mind just coming outdoors and take a few steps, and we have this nice heated tent. We won't have to get buses and spend money on that and commute people down to District 2 in District 1. And instead, we could just put it right here. I'm not in favor of that, but if you step back for a moment and say, we're trying to solve for getting people out of the library in somewhere warm, that's where it would be, right out here. And I don't know if we could get the permitting for that, but maybe that's something that could be looked into if council wanted to pursue it. So that's pretty much it. I wanted to get all of that out there. This is, everyone on this council has a good heart and cares a lot and has done a lot for our unhoused in the city. And I am very concerned about doing anything further on this, whether it be thinking about spending money or spending staff time, more staff time on this. And that's pretty much it. So thank you, Mayor, for your time. And thank you, everyone else.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I think it's an excellent and very eloquent description of the negative policy concerns. I agree wholeheartedly. The future council should weigh this considerably. The one thing I would push back on is the idea that the county would force us into anything, because that hasn't been the case with the ballot shelter, and they fund 2/3 of it. They said we have to open it up if it's open for more than 90 days to county residents. They do that with everyone. But they understood and they agreed to that we can shut it down with 60 days notice. So if we don't need to use it, then, and they were okay with that. So my experience with the county is that they have not been heavy-handed like that. I don't expect them to be heavy-handed in.
If you can guarantee it, then I'll take your word for it.
I can't guarantee it.
Cannot?
Past experience is the best predictor.
Okay.
I just disagree with your assessment. Doesn't mean I can guarantee it.
Well,
can you guarantee that it will happen?
It's not a risk I'm willing to take for the city.
Which is why you should have that discussion.
We have.
Calling a stop to that. We're going back and forth. We've beat this to death. I think the main thing is, the decision tonight is, do we want this to come back or don't we? And I'd like to, I've got two people from the council here that want to speak, but I hope that we get to, I would ask that we get to a motion, because it's a yes or no. It's an up or down. Are we going to talk about this later, or are we not? We're not going to solve it here.
I think you have a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second, I think.
I know, but I'd like to call it. Do you have something substantive?
Yeah, Zane made a motion with including BRR, and she
until we actually have the
seconded it.
discussion with the newly
Yeah,
panel
that's
council. So, plus, what I'd like us to explore when we work this up with the churches is, upon what notice can we just shut it down and say, hey, this is done, this isn't working for us? So,
Yeah, trial
Yeah.
basis.
And I wasn't thinking remotely of copying Long Beach in terms of,
So
they have, the Weather Channel is fairly accurate. You know a week ahead of time of the storm coming.
I used to work for the Weather Channel, so
Accuracy.
careful.
Well, at least more accurate than November to January.
Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any?
So just so move for further discussion on the VRRs we discussed. Thanks.
You have something quick?
Yeah,
Nick?
I'll just say this, and I will support the motion for the next council to talk about this, because if it wasn't for myself and Councilmember Ramsey, for the ability for us to look across the dais, every crazed and, oh my God, the world is falling, the sky is falling, excuse me, antics and beliefs that were said would have prevailed. Except hope prevailed. Councilmember MD and I figured out through emotion, through the leadership of figuring out the problems, and because of that, we got the pallet shelter. And I just hope the future council recognizes that, and there's many different aspects to move forward. It doesn't have to be permanent, it doesn't have to be 6 months, it could be a week, it could be 2 weeks. If you don't take the initiative, you don't take the leadership, then nothing's gonna get done, and it gets worse, and you just sit there crying about the problem. Do something about the problem. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call the vote.
Before you call, the motion is to study how to remove homeless from the library?
It's to have a further discussion about this. What agreements would we have to enter into with the churches? What is it going to cost?
BRRs.
Yeah, the BRRs, and that's it.
Friendly amendment to study legally how we can remove unhoused from the library if needed.
I already heard that it's not legal, but I would like a BRR on the cost to have security so we can ensure the safety of all patrons of the library.
I was referring to under what circumstances. So if they're engaged in certain conduct, that's just going back to the original concerns of the parents.
Yeah, they violate the law, and I think the police are doing that job.
Policies of the library that can be initiated, hey, you can only stay in a certain.
It has been and continues to be.
There's a policy.
There's a library rules and regulations.
Okay.
And the library director has suspended someone's ability to be in the library when they fail to follow those rules. They have an appellate right. And as I mentioned, we were discussing just earlier today when to set up the appeal.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So it's a 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, referrals to staff. Referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim?
I do. I would like to, let's see here. Really?
He's got 97.
I've only have like 20 or 30 different things here.
He only has 3.
15 BRRs.
As per our star voting and push poll change, I want to get a budget response report for the cost of education that we just spent on for educating ranked choice voting. What?
So we asked for that already.
Already asked for that. That was part of it, but what about the ability to change back the old system with a, we didn't have in there with a survey,
Are you asking?
the survey,
The survey.
the survey portion. We didn't have a budget response report regarding what the cost would be to poll the voters or poll the residents, I should say, regarding a survey.
Every council member can just pull their
No, a council member who does their own survey, that is a push poll, just like the gentleman that submitted their push poll. The cost to do a survey to the public, what they thought about, an independent third party, just like we do with the police department using the same system for ranked choice voting. Simple budget response report on that. Integration, yeah. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
No, I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I do have a couple. So BRR to replace the fence along Grant Avenue between Inglewood and Condon. There's a fence next to the cemetery and on the other side, pretty old. Also pursuant to our discussion, let's have a BRR, maybe so we can partially fund it or just know the cost for analysis to make PCH a vibrant economic corridor, like what it would cost to hire a consultant, whatever it would take.
Wait, we already have that.
Strategic plan item for that.
Okay, so we're gonna get that BRR, great.
It's not a BRR, it's already part of the plan.
So there's a economic development strat plan item where we're working to identify the barriers to economic development. One of the things that we've begun to talk about internally is forming a group of not just staff members, but businesses that have experience, both from Artesia, PCH, et cetera, that can speak to kind of the trials and tribulations that they've faced. But then what I'm going to be recommending to council to consider is perhaps forming a subcommittee to be part of those conversations as well. So it's sort of a robust working group to identify impediments and work on possible policy solutions, and in some instances, follow-up staff work.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that there could be a consultant or something like that.
No consultant. I think it's a working group with hopefully a variety
No,
of
you did
interests.
say that there'd be a consultant to form the PCH equivalent of the ACAP.
That's different. The corridor area study, but
That's what I'm.
we've
that's
already got a BRR coming back on that. That's on the
Okay,
strat.
all right,
Yeah,
cool.
that's what I shared with you.
Easy.
That's
All
done.
right, so I'd like to agendize a discussion regarding potentially closing the loopholes about, in our UUT, our user utility tax. And the treasurer has stated that he will prepare the staff report on that.
I would second that if you include, because we approved today on the consent calendar to fix the business license issue as well for farmers markets and the like.
Well, we have the update to business license tax code, which is as I've said, a very robust process, requires a vote, Prop 218 process, the whole thing.
But this is going to require a vote too, then, 218.
Anything that changes the fee structure of the business license tax code at this point under current Prop 218 law is going to require a vote.
Okay.
It's a substantive effort.
That's already in the works then.
That is something in the works,
it's
something we've been
strategic plan.
evaluating. It's something that we
Okay,
want
never
to
mind
bring
then. Just
back. It's
kidding.
just going to take time.
I'll still support you on that though.
Second.
So the UUT, though, is a different issue.
Yeah.
Utility user tax is,
Update the UUT.
You're talking about streaming services.
Right. A discussion.
well, we tried that a few years ago.
Yeah, but that wasn't done properly.
So it wasn't,
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was rejected.
okay, well, maybe we can have a
Well, a lot
discussion.
of
He
things
said
were
he'd work up
rejected.
the whole thing, so it shouldn't be a lift by staff. And it's not a rush, in the next 3-4 months, 5 months, something good to talk about.
Okay.
And so I guess we need to have a vote on it. He seconded it.
So we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
All right, and then I'd like to have agenda as a discussion regarding renaming, and this is near and dear to D4 folks, renaming the Teen Center at Perry Park to be the Michael W. Webb Teen Center. And that's not a rush either, but he did clear the gangs out of there, and we can mark his work in history by renaming that teen center. Discussion.
I want to name it after Mike.
The teen center at Perry Park after Mike Webb.
Have you talked to him about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have a say over it anyway.
So is there a second?
I'm just.
I'll second it for a discussion.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay,
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
None.
So I have one potential one, and I don't know, Mike, if you could talk to this. I'm concerned about the timing to get some of these new ordinances we're talking about, online based on the schedule that I see. So I'm wondering if it's appropriate right now to address a moratorium on smoke shops, massage parlors, and co-living. To give us time to, I think we'll get to it this year, but I don't.
Massage shops already have
Wait,
some in
wait.
place.
You're saying you will get to discuss smoke shops this year?
No, I'm asking
I
whether,
think the question is, we would have to have a discussion on is, do we have enough evidence to support an urgency ordinance to perhaps place a moratorium on smoke shops? And
I said massage parlors, but we could leave that out.
Yeah, I think we've done enough
And
work on
co-living.
co-living. Okay. Okay. I mean, we're bringing smoke shop ordinances back, and we are actively working on a code update. So that one, co-living ordinance, okay.
Well, if getting a moratorium's longer than getting the ordinance, I don't want to do it, but I'm concerned that it's going to take, because you have to have a first reading, second
Yeah,
reading. We got to
ordinance
generate
ordinances
the
can be immediately
criteria.
effective, but you got to make findings and you have to have some,
And we're going to have to, I think we're going to base it on our cannabis ordinance, and that thing is thick. We're going to have to whittle it down. I don't think we're going to get that done super quick.
yeah, it's going to take 6 months.
What's our exclusion zone, for one versus the other? And the co-living is a totally different thing. That's about establishing safety criteria and for co-living, health and safety criteria for co-living facilities.
The first step would be a discussion item to talk about that potential.
Yeah, I just don't want the discussion to take longer than it, if we can
No,
get the
right.
ordinance quicker than
Right,
the moratorium, then I don't want to burden us with it.
sure.
I am concerned both, it seems like smoke shops pop up every other day.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to discuss that today. Do we have a time?
We're close. I mean, it's significantly advanced. I think it's just an issue that we felt makes sense for the next full council to discuss
No,
because we're going to
I
have to
get
make those policy choices.
Do you think
so.
you'll have a whole ordinance ready to go?
We're hoping to have a draft ordinance. One of the key issues is how aggressive can we be with setting the cap and ultimately phasing out of that number. We're still doing some research on that.
And co-living, I'm concerned because we have new developments getting forced on us regularly now.
Co-living, I think the smoke shop item, I could say, is either urgency ordinance or just general discussion on implementing the new ordinance. Both of those, I think we can have a fairly substantive conversation on April 15th.
So you don't see the need for a moratorium?
I'll kick it around. I think as long as you give me enough
I'll
leeway
give
here,
you
I'll
the-
kick it around with Mark. The co-living is going to be, I got to have to talk to Mark to see how imminent are we receiving these types of applications. I mean, I can only think of
And
the
there's
one,
risk on the
Catalina.
housing element side, so I don't want to do it if it's
And
a
there's
risk.
that legal risk as well.
I
So
am concerned. We had it, we had one, a year and a half ago?
haven't really had,
And we haven't made any progress on,
no, and we haven't really had an application since either. So
It's not part of the application process, so you can't say that.
yeah.
It's a conversion of existing units, or even better, existing units that may or may not be coming online very, 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 very soon. 115 units possibly.
Are we into a discussion on this?
well, yeah, we can evaluate the co-living side of it. I just know with the housing law bind, that could be a little more cumbersome. So.
I think we can make substantive health and safety findings, but I will discuss it with you. We'd just like to get that on your radar.
Certainly.
Okay, that's all I had then. So I guess we're getting to, let's see, anything else? That's it. So I will take a motion to
Make a
adjourn.
motion
but
to adjourn.
I would like to do it in honor of the service of the 3 outgoing elected officials. So thank you both and to Mike Webb for all the service.
We're not dying, so.
Well, I know. I'm not saying in honor of, I'm just saying reflecting on your.
That might
comments.
keep
See you on the backside.
I'm like,
See you on the backside. Yeah.
So,
That's nice of you. Thank you.
Second that, or make that motion.
it's called April 1st.
okay, we have a motion.
And we are adjourning, just for clarity, we are adjourning to 6 o'clock regular session meeting on the
On the
1st,
first.
not closed session at 4:30.
Correct. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.